All right, let's go. All right. Good morning. Nice discussion in the trading room this morning. All right. All right. Amazon, there was some news last night. Let's see. News. SpaceX options trading. Okay. Yeah, we know. I personally want to have a part of SpaceX, but I'm going to wait for the ETFs. Okay. Those were posted a few days ago, a couple of days ago, I should say. Let's see. SPCH is one. SPCH LOFF. Direxion SpaceX Bull 2 times. Okay. The Pro Shares Ultra SpaceX SPCF. Again, those were posted in the alerts, Vinny's alerts channel. You can check those, download them, keep a copy of it. Once they start, probably today, we can start to, because they're based on options, right? They use options to support these bull and bear. Okay. Okay, let's get ready for the opening bell. We got about 3 minutes to go. I'm behind schedule, whatever the Brits say. Yeah, what's going on? What's going on over in England, man? That's freaking crazy. Is it just anyone from England? Is it just the news, or is it really as bad as it's? Because I'd love to go to England and Ireland, check it out. Never been to Europe. Always been to the Far East, Asia continent. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let me go back here. Okay, ECB. Today is the 16th, right? 16th. Okay. About to open here, so get ready. Got a lot of positive gamma, so I'm not expecting any big moves today. S&P 500. Okay, here we go. We're about to open. Got a minute to go. Let me just make sure I'm on time here. There we go. Oh, okay. So left off talking about SpaceX. Options will be trading today. So these ETFs most likely will be as well. Let me just rename this. SpaceX ETFs. SpaceX ETFs. Okay, these leveraged ETFs, that'll be a good vehicle, a good way to play this. There's really nothing to base the options on. except whether you're bullish or bearish and how much you're willing to throw at the markets. About to open right now. Okay, good luck. Markets are open. I just get flow up and running. Okay, Amazon pulling back in a little bit. Futures are flat. We have a positive gamma setup. Everything's purple. Okay, this is what you want to see. Okay, today's the 16th. Okay, let me just zoom out a little bit here. All right, there we go. All right, so we'll keep an eye on this for a few minutes.
OBAI, AHMA, SLBT, TDIC, SPAX, SPCM, SUGP, SPCL, SPCH, SPCU, LOFF, SPCF, SLBT.
Okay, so it looks like these are Pure Space, SPCL. These are taken off to the upside.
OBAI, long dated, SLBT, AHMA, SPCM.
All right, SPCH long is already starting to go. SPCH is trading.
SPAL, SPCU, SPCL, OBAI, SPCF, ARMG, SPCH, OBAI, SPCM, SPCH, SPCL, SPCU, SPAX, ARI, LOFF, SPC.
All right, SPCH is trading.
NIBF, CRWU, CRWG, DOMO.
Okay, SPCH. We got some of our first ETFs.
SPCQ, HOOX, PLA1, NIBF, ASTX, AMPG, AHMA, VSME, SUGP.
Okay, there goes the futures. Futures rising. Okay, futures are starting to rise. Okay, let's see where we go with this. Okay, yesterday we had this A pivot at the highs, our low towards the close. Here's the B pivot, if you will, spanning 2 days. SPCX.
SLBT, ASTX, PLA1, AMKR, NEBX, OSS, RGNT.
All right, all the New York FANGs are pulling back for the most part. Google's starting to push a bit higher along with Meta. Google and Meta. Google yesterday put on a pretty big show. We closed below the high of the day. Right now there's a wick at 370. Looking for a follow through in with Google. S&P looks like it wants to keep going. S&P 500.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
SLNH.
All right, futures continue to push a bit higher. Futures higher. Futures
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
QCMU. OKLL.
positive gamma.
NIBM. HQ. NEBX. SLNH. CRWG. SLBT. HUBC. WDCX. SLNH.
Micron pulse.
AMPG.
Long data.
CAST.
Deep call.
Okay, Western Digital, STX,
Shenanigans.
higher again
AHMA.
at the top of the NASDAQ 100 and SPX again, day 2.
Deep calls. Deep puts. Shenanigans.
All right, Western Digital and Seagate are both at the highs, the top of the NASDAQ 100 and S&P.
Deep calls. Deep
That looks good.
shenanigans.
Here's Meta. Okay, Meta. Microsoft dropped off a bit. Okay, let's see how many stocks are advancing. That'll give us a good idea what breadth looks like. It's 388 stocks advancing. All right, nearly 400 stocks. SP, nearly 400.
Hi-ho silver. Away. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep
This
puts.
this audio is hilarious. They have a sense of humor over at Spot Gamma. Okay, let's see. Western Digital, Qualcomm, ARM. I'm gonna follow ARM again today. Holy smokes, ARM. ARM Holdings.
Hi-ho silver. Away. Long dated.
PayPal popping. PayPal bounce. Okay, PayPal is in the top 10. Qualcomm is climbing the list. Okay, Seagate, Western Digital. Okay, these look okay. PayPal looking really interesting here. What's going on with PayPal? Is that earnings? PayPal. Okay, that looks good. Mercado Libre, PACCAR, M-Chip, Microchip. That's on the top 10 again.
SanDisk pulse.
PACCAR, Honeywell, Gilead. All right, what's Gilead doing? Gilead, the pharmaceuticals. Okay, coming off the low. What about Gilead, Pfizer, J&J. Okay, let's see what's actually moving on the markets right now.
SanDisk pulse.
Okay. Okay, Western Digital again, S&P 500, Seagate, Qualcomm, airlines breaking out.
Shenanigans. SanDisk pulse.
Okay, there goes ARM Holdings, about to break out. ARM Holdings. Bitcoin inside bar. It's in the Bitcoin's in the top
Shenanigans.
25% of yesterday's price action. Broadcom. Okay, Oracle inside day bouncing at the 50-day, day 4. Oracle day 4 at the 50-day, now above it.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
EOSU. WDCX. NUAI. OKLL. MAMO. OBAI.
Okay, SanDisk, Qualcomm,
NH.
Constellation Energy, looking pretty interesting. CEG, interesting chart. Bullish. All right, S&P 500. Brando, keep an eye on this. Watch the hedge flows. Let's see. Let's go to the 1 minute chart. Okay. There's really not a whole lot holding it in place. I mean, we've got positive gamma, so we should stay in this area. But a lift higher seems like a very high possibility. Okay, ARM Holdings. Gosh, that looks so good. ARM Holdings. Palantir trying to turn. Not much going on there. Intel gap down, but it is bouncing. Intel gap and gap down bounce. Mm-hmm. All right, S&P 500. Okay, yesterday's high of the day. Monday. SoFi turning back up. SoFi. SoFi. Let me take a look at SoFi. That's been basing. SoFi. All right. SoFi looks like SoFi maybe bullish day. Base SoFi. AAOI trying to go. AAOI. All right, it's still consolidating for the last 6 weeks or so. Can it get going? I don't know. Look at the group LITE and GLW. SoFi on the move. SoFi. All right, SoFi. Let's take a look at SoFi. 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 Looks pretty interesting. SoFi going here. Okay, looks like buyers coming in. Okay, Nike.
Zero DTE call sign.
HBC, SLBT, LPW, WYFI,
Long dated.
DOMO,
Zero DTE call sign. Size.
QMCO, CAST, SUGP, SLBT,
SoFi.
ARQQ,
Meta pulse. Long dated.
NIDF,
SoFi continuation.
RGNT,
SoFi continues.
RGNT,
Excuse me. All right, SPCH. SPCH long SpaceX ETF. Okay. These look pretty good. 60-minute, obviously, starting to show that trend. We're up.
Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, so SpaceX with deep calls.
RGNT, RXT, HUBC,
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
IBDN, RGNT, OTLK,
All right, SoFi still pushing. Nike. Let's see what Nike's doing. Nike. Nice little pop. Nike. All right, Nike. Nike.
SLBT, IBDN, OBAI,
A decent bullish setup.
RGNT,
SPX pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
With a stop underneath the 50-day.
SLBT, VNC, LION, OBAI,
50 days at around 44. Okay, Nike looks good. This is probably going to turn and get moving when you least expect it. Nike has got a little bit of bullish activity right now. Nike. All right, so no need to chase this around. Just scale in. Buy 25, 100 here and there. All right, let's see. Apple trying to bounce. Apple, there goes Meta. Okay, let's see what Meta's doing. Meta looked like it was going to go yesterday, right? Meta day 2. Actually, it's day 3. Meta looks good.
SPCU, OBAI,
Okay, watch Meta here. This is day 2. Day 2 bullish. Okay, we reversed. End of the week. Thursday, Friday, we gapped up, followed through yesterday. Very active yesterday, if you recall. Meta's starting to run right now. Meta. Okay, looks good. Okay, all these ETFs are taking off. Okay. All right, I bought a little bit of this SPCH. I'll be adding to this
Spider pulse. Long
SPCH.
dated. Long dated.
Okay, I bought some tracking shares of SPCH. Okay, SPCH. All right, let me just edit this. SPCH, aka SPCX.
Meta pulse. Long dated.
Okay, here we go. People going to pile into this.
NBIS. Deep puts.
Meta looks good. Meta looks good. That's Meta SPCH. Taking off to the upside. I'll keep an eye on Meta. Meta looks pretty good. Meta. Okay, Meta looking good. Okay, let me go take a look at Meta. Any more news on Meta today?
DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay. Meta's Threads platform hits 500 million users 23 minutes ago. Okay, watching the futures, looking for futures to push higher. And there goes Tesla. Tesla taking off. Tesla go time. Okay, all the New York fangs are turning.
IBTA. OBAI.
Soft pulse. Long dated.
GTHG may rest in 10 seconds.
Tesla pulse.
WNW.
Microsoft, Nvidia got shorts covering.
NIBF.
All right, Meta
CCT.
heading back to the 50 day. Meta looking good. Oracle looking good. Oracle very strong morning. Oracle very strong.
Tesla pulse. Long dated.
Okay, I'm adding to ORCX shares here.
Tesla pulse. Long dated.
Okay, Oracle, I'm going to add to ORCX shares. All right, looks good. All right, just watching Meta for a minute here. Nice volume at the open. Okay, Apple starting to move. Apple starting to move now.
Deep call.
Apple, maybe a follow through from yesterday. Apple. Okay, so can we break above this level from yesterday? Apple. Okay, Apple, we got this little level right here. Right along in here. Apple looks like we could push through this area. Watch Apple. 200 the 200 day is just overhead. Actually, that's my drawing. Sorry. I know red is the 200 day for me. All right, 200 days down below. Okay, 50 day. My bad there. Okay, so I'll get rid of this. Get rid of that. All right, we're just looking for a push at this point.
Q's pulse. Long dated.
Okay, the SPCH. I just added some. This one's taken off. SPCH.
NOBTU. RFIL.
Mhm.
TTIC. IBTA.
SanDisk pulse. Deep calls. Meta pulse. Long
LITF.
dated. Nvidia pulse.
HUVC.
SPCU, SPCM, OTLK, SPAX,
CAMP. OBAI.
WDC pulse. Long dated.
WYFI,
IBTA. NMRA.
Okay. A lot of calls being bought so far this morning on the S&P 500 and the Qs. All right, looks good.
Long dated.
SPCH looks good.
AIS. Deep puts. BE pulse.
TTIC. IBTA.
Amazon pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
NMRA.
Okay, the number of stocks advancing. We're at 318. We were almost at 400 before, so some profit taking. Okay, let's see. Let's see where the profit taking is. Here's Home Depot. Home Depot, looking for the follow through. Home Depot.
IBTA.
Okay, Meta pulling back in. Meta pulling back in. Home Depot. Okay, a little pop. And now we got a higher low. Home Depot. Let's look at the 60 minute. 60 minutes trending. Came right back down to the 20 EMA, 10 EMA area. Home Depot, continuation. June tends to be a very strong month. The whole summer tends to be strong for Home Depot. As you can see here, the green areas just since 2023, the June through September, October, in some cases 2024, all the way into October. This just continued to appreciate. When was Hurricane Helene? Was that 25 or was that 2025? Or is that 2024? Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene.
TTIC.
24, September of 2024. Okay, it's been that long already, right? Wow. It devastated parts of western North Carolina, I guess, in through Kentucky, that area. All right, so keeping an eye on Trace.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep push.
IBDA. TTIC. OBAI.
Okay, SPCH still going here. SPCH. S&P 500. We're just hanging out. Meanwhile, the SpaceX IPO.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep push.
SPCX. SPCH. Continuation. All right, Apple's at the highs here. Apple breaking above these levels. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple breaking out. Apple breaking out. Apple breaking out. There it goes. Home Depot, looking good. Home Depot. Okay, Home Depot trending. Home Depot.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. 0 DTE. Call side. Start. 0
Home Depot.
DTE. Call side. Start.
Okay, Home Depot. What is Robinhood doing? Robinhood. I did sell Robinhood. I had the 95 100 calls. I had to take profits. Okay, we hit the 200-day. If it pulls back in a little bit, I'm going to take the 100 105 call spread on Robinhood. Apple. All right, Microsoft turning the corner.
TTIC halted down.
Meta pulse.
Okay, SPCH. Big move here. S&P, the SpaceX continuation. A lot of people in disbelief.
Meta pulse. Long dated.
All right, ride the trend. The train keeps moving. Like Johnny Cash coming around the bend. Hear the whistle blowing? Yeah. All right, so looking good here. AMD, what's AMD doing? AMD was looking good yesterday. AMD. Yeah, nice. Okay, 550. The 550 calls were pretty active on AMD, right? AMD. 550s, looking for those two. Looking for AMD to turn back up.
Long dated. Deep call.
Okay, S&P 500. Just kind of chopping around here. S&P. Flat VWAP. Netflix turning over. NVIDIA turning over. Okay, Meta still hanging in there. Let's look at strength. Meta showing strength. Meta. Okay, it's at the 21 day, right at the middle of the Bollinger Bands right now. Short-term fair value. Meta's at short-term fair value, the 21-day moving average, 20-day, whatever you use. Okay, if it gets above that 20-day, 21-day, should be good for Meta. Apple still consolidating. Remember, we've got positive gamma, so we're not looking for big moves. So don't buy way out of the money, whatever you're buying on the S&P. The Qs, let's see, the Qs are up, right? The Qs, IWM, watching for IWM to continue. Qs, IWM. We want IWM to be up. That'll tell us that the 10-year is down. US 10-year. Let's see. TNX. Okay, 10-year continues to fade a bit, so that should be good for IWM. Coming into Friday, we noted that all sectors were green. All sectors on the IWM, all small cap sectors were rising. Let's see again here. Here's the weekly time frame. Okay. Okay, here is the consumer staples sector above the 10 EMA weekly, inside week for discretionary. Okay, energy dropped below the 10 EMA, was above financials. Small cap financials look good. So watch the regional banks like Ozark or Zion or Huntington Bank shares. Financials look good. They're above the 10 EMA and breaking out. So they should be good on the big caps too. Healthcare, small cap healthcare looks good. Small cap industrials looks really good. Let me look at the daily. Small cap industrials. Small cap industrials are breaking out. Okay, so let's look at the big cap industrials like Caterpillar. Caterpillar breaking out. John Deere. All right, so industrials look really good, folks. 3M. Okay, Boeing's considered an industrial, right? Boeing. Let's see, Danaher, DHR, turning the corner. So XLI looks good. Weekly time frame on XLI
Deep puts. NBIS.
looks good.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Small cap materials, small cap technology gapping up, and small cap utilities pulling back a little bit. So industrials, financials, and tech are good on the small cap side. Generally, it looks pretty good for IWM. It's an inside day right now. We need more sectors to fire. All right, so we need energy and utilities to bounce. Okay, so industrials look good. So let's go take a look at the market movers. S&P 500. We got tech doing well. We got wicks on the top of these candles. So don't chase. It looks like we're going to pull back in a little bit. We got positive gamma. So we're looking for support to get support to come in and for buyers to buy the dip. Qualcomm followed through. HUBB, Hubble Inc. Breaking above the 50-day. Okay, this looks good. Hubble. Edwards Life Sciences breaking out. Just about. Edwards Life Sciences trying to break out. A lot of good, a lot of different sectors looking good. We've got airlines. Airlines look good. Okay, Meta's at the high. S&P is just chopping around. We should see a pretty decent support today. Should see decent support today. Everything's purple. You know, that means positive gamma. Positive gamma is supportive. It's not red until we get towards the end of the day. Looking for volatility towards the end of the day. Right now, things look okay.
Long dated. Deep calls. AMD pulse.
SpaceX continues to hear a lot of audio alerts SPCX, SPCX. Okay. Still trending. And you can imagine imagine the mindset. People are thinking, okay, it didn't drop off like everybody said it was going to on the talking heads. Most IPOs do pull back a little bit, but this one isn't. So maybe I should jump on, get on board. A lot of people chasing, most likely. SpaceX. Okay. So I bought a little bit of tracking shares of SPCH this morning.
Bitcoin Ponzi Pulse.
Okay, we're watching that.
Tesla Pulse. Deep calls.
All right, so SPCQ now. SPCQ. Short SpaceX. You got short SpaceX. SPCQ is short SpaceX.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
SPC, SPCQ, SPCG, CREG.
SLGB multi to the upside.
All right, it's 2 times short.
WYFI may resume in less than a minute.
SLGB, SSPC,
HQ.
SNK, SPCQ,
SPX Pulse.
SPCG.
Long dated. Marvel Pulse. Shenanigans.
All right, short SpaceX is starting to get a little activity here. Okay.
SSPC, SNK, SPCQ, SUGB, SPCG.
SLBT may rise in 10 seconds. MVLL.
SpaceX. Long dated. Deep
CCTG
calls.
may resume in less than a minute.
SUGB,
I want to come back to the money market question for a second. So I saw this quoted in my alma mater, speaking about this, Bloomberg that is, talking about this, and I too did a double.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call size. Size.
NVIDIA. Okay, starting to bounce. NVIDIA. Okay, RSI oversold. Turning up. We just made a lower low in price. RSI made a higher low. That's giving us some bullish divergence. Looking for a bounce in NVIDIA. Sitting right on the 50-day. Okay. 50-day, 21-day, 90 MA, all in the same area. So we're looking for this to push higher.
Q's Pulse. 0 DTE.
Okay, there goes Meta some more. Meta looking good. Meta looking very strong. Instead of the alternative, it's been weak over the last few trading sessions until yesterday. We could be bounced. So this may be a change in direction. If we look at the 60-minute, okay, Meta 60-minute. Meta 60-minute looks bullish. Okay, so we just pulled back into the close yesterday. Now we're bouncing again. Looks pretty good to me. If we start trending, there's a couple of false starts at the end of May, early June. Okay, you see that false start, it faded, false start, it faded again. This time, is it different this time? All right, we got some good news on Meta. 60-minute looks good. Netflix back. Ooh, Netflix back down to 79. Netflix is getting crushed. Netflix. Ay, ay, ay. Netflix. Okay, looks like we're going for a double bottom on Netflix, which would be a good thing. Okay, so that would be a good setup. Looks like a Head and Shoulders top, right? They're making money. All right, whatever. Meta looks good. Remember, the markets are nearing all-time highs. The most 84% of the S&P that have reported beat consensus earnings estimates. 5-year average is 78%. So we're at 84%. So if you're asking yourself, what can keep us moving higher? S&P 500. Okay, we're heading up to a double top. Okay, I'm starting to think that maybe we just go right through it. We could get rejected too. So you have to plan for if then. If it makes it to 7,600 and we break out, how's your plan? What's your plan? Your plan will probably be adding to TRBCX. If we hit a double top and the markets start to lose it a bit, I might reduce my exposure, especially if it's around August when this happens. Okay, August tends to be a weak month. If you're a long-term investor, maybe you don't do anything, just ride the trend. Frano had a good analogy this morning. I want to add secular to it, but a secular bull market is like walking up some steps with a yo-yo, right? And imagine the yo-yo up and down as you're walking the steps. Now, the secular bull market is that flight of stairs. The cyclical bull market and the cyclical bear markets are the yo-yo. Okay, you have these pullbacks and these rises, pullback and rise. Cyclical bull markets are inside of a secular bull market. We started the secular bull market back in 2009. It's been that long. Probably, I don't think I'll live to see another one like this, but longest bull market in my lifetime, secular bull market. So, all right. 2009. All right, so this is a yearly. Okay, so we're on year 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Year 14. Okay, back in the 80s, okay, we had a 20-year span before we went into a consolidation. Right, so right now it looks pretty good. We're probably going to take out the highs at 7,600, I would think. Earnings look good. If earnings were shit, if earnings were bad, then I would be looking for a double top and to reduce my exposure. But earnings are good. And people can say, well, yeah, Benny, what about AI? Everybody says AI, so the next bubble. What's his name? The Big Short. Can't believe I forgot his name. Shorts Tesla all the time. Starts with a C. It's on the tip of my tongue. Chanos, yeah. Chanos. Been perpetually short Tesla. I just does not like Tesla. Now, Ron Barron's been perpetually long. He's been right. Tesla. Okay, so. All right, what else? S&P 500. Okay, the other thing is the Faber long-term trend signal. Okay, you want to be long above a rising 10 EMA. 12 EMA is even 12 MA is even better because it's a monthly, right? So 12 months in a year. So that's rising. You want to be bullish above that. You want to be bearish or flat or below. Okay, so here's my long-term monthly chart. Okay, back in 2009, we hit 666. You all remember that? We reversed, and we've been in this long-term secular bull market. the yo-yo analogy, are these little cyclical bull and bear markets they're in.
Size.
We're up 1,000%. Is that possible?
Deep call. Shenanigans.
Okay. Looks like it. Over 1,000%. Oh my gosh. Since 2009. Okay. 2009. Now this isn't super accurate because it's an eyeball analysis, but you get the point. 1,000% since 2009. Over 1,000%. Okay. All right. So the S&P is just sitting here. Let me just do some. Yeah. So we hit 666, right? 666.79. And right now we are trading 75.60. 7,600 was the high. 7,600. So it's 1,039%. Okay, so that's about right. And Bear's got this one wrong, right? All right, so Gilead starting to bounce. Top 10 on the NASDAQ 100, Western Digital, Seagate, Constellation Energy, Qualcomm, Marvell, PayPal, Mercado Libre, Honeywell. On the S&P 500, top 10, Western Digital, Seagate, Southwest Airlines,
GTE.
Vistra,
Size.
mRNA, Moderna, Hubble, Constellation Energy, Qualcomm, Williams Sonoma. Oh, that's interesting. Williams Sonoma, retail. Okay, breaking out to the upside. Okay, sorry about that. My wife walked in. Meta pulling back a little bit. Okay, S&P is just chopping around. So, yeah. Okay, the short on SpaceX, SPCQ. SPCQ is off the low.
SpaceX. Long dated. Deep calls. Tesla pulse. WDC pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Google.
AMD pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, Meta. Google. Let's see. Google. This is Google. Sorry. Google on the move. Okay, stocks are getting bought. Google on the move. Google with a bounce. Okay, Apple at the high of the day.
SpaceX, long dated, deep calls. SanDisk Pulse, Triple Q's Pulse, Intel Pulse, deep push, size.
CTNSO,
LITZ,
MSG1,
All right, Google's still pushing. S&P pulling back.
IBD,
Google still pushing. All right, the New York Fangs, with the exception of Apple, Google, are at the highs. Excuse me, are at the lows. Apple and Google are at highs.
SLG,
ASTN, QBTZ,
CCTG,
MSTZ,
Triple semi pulse, 0 DTE, call side. Size.
IBD,
Okay, looking at the S&P 500. Western Digital, we got Southwest. Airlines look good. Hubble, higher. Vistra Energy turning back up. What are the energy stocks doing? Energy stocks, Chevron,
Deep calls.
bouncing. Okay, materials.
0 DTE.
Okay, let's look real quick here. All right, just a quick look at what's working. We got utilities up, industrials. I like the industrials. There's a lot of good stocks there. Everybody knows. Industrials breaking out. Looks good.
Long dated.
Industrials. Let me go down here and see industrials. We'll check out some of the stocks that are favorites, like Amtech, AME. Okay, that one's turned up. This is the components of the XLI industrials. Charter Communications. All right, these are all 60-minute charts. Carlisle, CSX, Rails. Okay, transports. Caterpillar is up and to the right. Okay, Centos. This is a economic barometer. If it's trending up and to the right, that's good for the economy. Centos. Okay, Cummins engines. Okay, these took a break. Cummins and Caterpillar, they're back on the bullish side of the ledger now. Caterpillar and GNRC and Baker Hughes, BKR. These are all making these generators that are helping out power these data centers that are being built out. All right, future's pulling back a bit now. Future's pulling back.
SPCQ, SSPC, SPCJ, SNJ,
IPTA,
SLG,
Google's still looking good here.
Micron pulse. Shenanigans. Tesla pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE, call side.
ASTN,
Size.
CBRS, Cerebras pulling back a bit. Okay, it hit a high last week, 253. It's down at
Shenanigans.
204. All right, so shaking some weak hands out, most likely. Cerebras, that had its IPO back in mid-May, the second week of May. Straight down after that. Okay. SPCX, SpaceX,
Tesla.
off the highs.
Long dated.
SPCQ is the short, SPCQ. Bucking the trend for now. $8 this morning around 10 o'clock.
Long dated.
It's currently reversing back up.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
Meta off the highs. Apple and Google doing the best. Apple and Google. Okay, Google's still looking good here. All right, here's SPCQ. SPCQ turned up. All right, we'll stay with Google for now. Google. Oracle. Man, that's a quick reversal on Oracle, eh? Looked really good.
Deep calls.
All right, do I want to add to it today or CX shares? I mean, it's right back down to where it started today. That's crazy. Bottom line, we have positive gamma today. Looking for a bounce. Looking for a bounce.
MSGY. TLK. FCEL. IBTA.
Okay, let's see what Core 1M looks like right now. Core 1M should be high, right? Core 1M. Short-term options, expensive. We're down below 8. Okay, so if you're paying up for options, something like SpaceX, if you're paying up for options, especially calls, and you get this kind of chasing mentality,
IBTA.
you're going to see these calls deflate pretty quick. Imagine the spreads are pretty wide. What do the spreads look like? SPCX. All right, SPCX off the highs. Core 1M. Okay, Core 1M. Google. We know where Core 1M is. All right, so Apple's starting to back off now. Apple. All right, futures pulling back. We've got positive gamma, looking for support. All right, so yesterday, Friday, we had some nice positive. Breadth was positive. You can see S&P again today, higher. Yesterday, actually, we had a little hook towards the end of the day, a little hook down. We created a little pivot. Now we're pushing a bit higher high on the S&P 500, mid caps, small caps. NASDAQ starting to change amplitude right here. So this is went sideways. So the NASDAQ. All right, so let's look at other methods to judge breadth. Let's look at the equal weight index, removing the weight of the S&P, these big cap tech names. Okay, that's 37% of the weight of the S&P. So the equal weight is making new highs. Wicks up here at the high. Looks okay. Still got a lot of stocks advancing. All right, 337 stocks advancing. So that's, up there with the best days over the last couple of weeks, where we had north of 280 to 300. This morning, we almost had 400. So the bottom line is we're looking okay. The dip should get bought. S&P continues to move lower. All right, Google's off the high now. Google. Apple's hanging in there. Apple's the only one up here at the high at the moment. Apple. All right, SPCQ, people starting to be concerned, it looks like. SPCQ. Looks like the shorts are active. SPCQ shorts. Active. SpaceX.
TLK. SNDQ. MSTZ.
SNK, SSPC, SPCQ, MSG1,
All right, SPCQ, SPCQ,
access,
short.
CAST, CCTG, SPCG,
AIRG may rest 10 seconds.
All right, this is short SpaceX. All right, Apple's still hanging in there. I'm going to watch Apple for a minute.
SNDQ. CAST.
Shenanigans.
SOXS.
Sanders Pulse. Long
BTZ.
dated.
AHMA,
Holy cow.
SPCQ,
SPX call.
CCTG,
RGTZ. SNDQ. MSTZ.
CASP,
QBTZ. SOXS. RGTZ. IRZ. LITZ.
SNK, SSPC,
SNDQ.
Explore the MD aircraft at private.com today.
SPCQ,
This is real. I just won
CAST,
$900 on Tangluck. I had no experience. I'm still learning. But win up to $800 in a game.
SOXS.
That's insane. You can cash out to your bank account. Just try it.
RGTZ.
OVA,
CCTZ. IRZ. SNDQ.
IBDA,
Marvel. Long dated. Deep call. Intel Pulse. AMD Pulse.
TLK.
Deep push.
SOXS.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
CCTG,
SNDQ. ASTN. OTLK. SOXS.
CCTG,
Triple semi pulse. Long dated.
RGTZ.
Intel Pulse.
QBTZ.
Deep call.
CERT.
Deep push.
MSG1, IBDA,
IREZ. SNDQ. MSTZ. ASTN. GDXD.
SLGB,
OTLK. SOXS.
CCTG,
MBZ.
SLBT, MSG1,
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Tesla Pulse.
Gilead still moving higher. Gilead. Okay, nice reversal off the low. Gilead.
MSG1, IBDA, CCTG,
Space. long dated.
Either one of those
MSG1.
AI or just general job cuts. It seems like that this might be in the latter category. Robinhood said it is cutting about 10% of its workforce, just under 300 positions. And I say they might not have been related to AI. I was looking at Devin Ryan, some commentary from him over at Citizens. He says he doesn't think
Zero
AI
DTE. Call side.
is the main
Side.
reason for this reduction here.
CCTG.
He says, quote,
That's
proactive 10%
That's
reductions
SBC.
in discipline and record business positioning for the next phase of growth. Those Robinhood shares go down 1%. And then Rackspace Technology, now those shares are up 14%. That's also as the company signed an agreement with AMD for deployment of AMD into Rackspace's
That's
data
BC.
centers. At the same time, Rackspace is cutting about 15% of its workforce. It says as
CCTG.
part of a
Micron
decision to
Pulse.
de-emphasize certain
Long
legacy
dated.
functions
Deep
and
calls.
redeploy
Zero
resources
DTE. Call
to
side.
launches
Size.
TOXR may resume in less than a minute.
Coming up, Quantum Space is going public via SPAC as investors look for more opportunities in the space sector. We'll hear from the CEO next on Market Analysis.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
CCTG. That's BCG. That's BCQ. That's NK. That's SPC. MSG1.
Marvel. Long dated. Shenanigans.
WMS. RITR.
TOXR may rise in 10 seconds.
TPIC.
Oh boy. All right, Netflix is off. Looks like it's headed for 75 for a double bottom.
RITR.
Intel off the highs. Okay, we got rejected. We need to get through that 133 zone on Intel. All right, so the market's giving people a little agita at the moment. We're at the lows looking for a bounce. Okay, 0 day. Let's look at non-0 day. Okay, a lot of support down below. Let's look at open interest, net open interest. There's a big level down here at 7,500.
SPX Pulse. Long
Okay.
dated. Deep
99 percentiles at 7,500. This is non-0 day. Overhead, you got 7,600. So you got a 100-point range here. 100 points. All right.
NMR.
7,600. Call wall. Is that the, okay, implied move for the day? 7,500. Net open interest. Okay, that's a 99 percentile as well.
Intel Pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. SanDisk Pulse. Deep calls. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
IBDA. NMRA.
99 percentile here. 99%.
Intel Pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
AHMA.
AMKL. AMKR.
IBDA.
LION.
Sandisk pulse.
CTG
Long
watered down.
dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans. Size.
IBDA.
Spacecraft Albert Einstein
99% there. Okay, so it looks like we're going to bang around here. 99%.
CRB. SLGB.
WDC pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay.
SLGB.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
CASB.
Okay, both of these are 99% at 7,600 and 7,500. Okay.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
CASB. MSG1.
Marble pulse. Shenanigans. Tesla pulse. Long dated.
CWVX. CRWU. CRWV.
IBDA.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
CRWG. CWVX. CRWU. CRWV. AMKR.
MSG1. CRE.
CWVX.
All right.
CRWG. CMTL. CRWV.
All right. So SCPQ continues. Pushing a bit higher. So people getting stuck in SPCX. Big fade here. Big fade. SPCX, big fade for now.
CCTG may rest in 10 seconds.
tell you, getting more access to private capital and private markets is hugely valuable to the U.S. government. What we need is we need private companies competing on cost and innovation to increase the access to space, drop the cost of space. But we also need those private companies getting contracts, not just with the U.S. government, but with commercial companies and maybe even other parts of the U.S. government or even international partners. So all of that, I think, builds enthusiasm. SpaceX has proven that that's the case, and now there's lots of companies coming behind that that I think are going to benefit.
Jim, so good to have you on the show today. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
CRV.
QCOM.
Becoming more accessible where investors can maybe find opportunities. Stay tuned.
Okay, let's go back here. Apple. Just running scans and waiting for the markets to settle down. We bounced. Okay, Apple's at the high. Apple's holding up very well. Any news on Apple? Apple.
0 DTE. Call sign. SAT.
Y algunas personas también perdieron hasta 25 libras.
Okay, so what's the deal here?
Deep calls.
Okay, artificial intelligence strategy outlined last week in its Worldwide Developer Conference is yet to wow Wall Street, but Citi analysts see upside for the stock. Yeah, I do too. WWDC marked a foundational step in Apple's AI strategy. I like Apple's AI strategy, not spending all the money that everybody else is, getting huge into debt, utilizing Google and Gemini or Alphabet. I always call it Google. The analyst noted that Apple formalized integration with Alphabet's owned Gemini. I use exclusively use Gemini. I'll check against ChatGPT or whatever, but I don't even use ChatGPT anymore. Gemini. The firm also reported Apple's less than clear strategy. Blah blah blah.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, looking for the bounce. Looking for the bounce.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, Apple's still hanging in there. All right, the SPCX is starting to firm a little bit.
Private markets are growing in popularity and more accessible to everyday investors. And the reason is SpaceX IPO is sort of reigniting the debate about investing in private versus
All right, SpaceX, what you gonna do? You're gonna climb from here? It looks like it wants to climb. SPCH. Okay, looks like it wants to go here. All right, so the shorts have had it. Looks like shorts are taking profits. SPCX.
Well, I think now if you wait until something comes public, you are missing potentially a lot of the value creation. I mean, if you just look at SpaceX, which is been public for less than a week, maybe it's up 20, 25%. That chapter's yet to be written where it's going to sell. But you missed the first 80% or so of value creation. So what a lot of people are talking about is the size and valuation of the IPO of SpaceX. SpaceX, but what they're not talking about as much is that company's been around for 2 decades and it's private. So if you wanted to capture some part of that value increase, you really needed to be in pre-IPO.
And despite all of the talk about democratization of markets, even on the private side, most people still don't have access to those private investments, right?
That's right. And I think when people say democratization,
All right. Let's see.
shouldn't have access to begin with, and it's less about
Intel's in a range.
So that's a good question. So I think when you're talking about the infrastructure, specifically to pre-IPO equity, what did was you need some form of institutional diligence so that you can ensure that you're actually owning what you think you own. You need to have a vehicle that has proper valuation, that has potentially an annual audit by a large audit firm. And that's the type of administration and infrastructure barriers that have really prevented financial advisors from accessing that space previously.
So that would, where you come in, is that?
It's to be self-serving, that is where we come in. We've done that. I mean, when we participate or offer pre-IPO equity, I should say that we're a B2B solution. So we really don't deal with investors direct clients. We're here to provide that infrastructure.
All right. So looking for Google to continue. Okay. Meta's starting to bounce now. Had a nice little morning. Some shorts came in. Okay. Looks like.
I think we're starting to see it now. There's also some structural barriers to groups like ours participating in this market. A structural barrier in this case means how do you profit from it? And that's not very easy to do. And we figured out a way to do it. Structure correctly. The thing we're bringing to the table again is just that.
Nope. Nope.
First of all, having access to your stock, to get it on a custodial statement, to
Intel, I'm not really that worried about Intel. It's trading at the highs, right? It's building a base. It had this big run up from 40 up to 130. Intel.
technology infrastructure that does it. So those are some of the structural barriers to it, besides just once you figure all that.
Needed a base. It was trading $40. $40 at the beginning of the year, right? Something like that. Let's see. January was trading $40. Right at $40. 35, 36. Yeah. It's not going to go up perpetually. It has been consolidating, so it's frustrating for those who are looking for a constant uptrend. But a move from $36 up to 132.
I mean, look, that was, I think, much ado about nothing. They were just kind of reiterating the way things already work. Now, when it gets into tokenization and SPVs buying SPVs, there may have been some risk there, but they were really just restating kind of what was already known. And I think from their perspective, not violate some regulatory rules by promoting a secondary market. They have to be very opposite. So I think back to kind of your question, like if some of those other vehicles and the way to access, you mentioned, ETF that had some SpaceX pre-IPO. It's diluted because you have to, you might be interested in SpaceX, but you have to buy everything else that comes along with it. You're also not in control of that position. The ETF can exit or enter that position when they want to diversify their portfolio, despite the fact that they can have some. So beyond that diligence, making sure that you own what you think you own and you got it to someone who can actually sell it to you, I think you have to understand what the exposure is, and that's very difficult to do, to understand and control that exposure.
So the bottom line is probably should go through IRA, trying to figure out this, or some kind of advisor.
Yes.
In this figuring.
Yes.
Okay. Intel.
Requirements to invest in private markets generally. And most of the folks that meet those accreditation and sophistication standards are already working.
So far, a lot of stocks pulled back. Adobe turning back up. What's IGV doing? IGV, it's slow today. Not expecting a whole lot. IGV trying to bounce. Oracle trying to bounce. Oracle. Okay, Doji for now. Oracle. Remember, July is one of the seasonally strongest months of the year. Yeah, I'm not sure what his deal was, Corey, but I'm not keen. Yeah, arrogant people tend to be, I don't know what it is about arrogant people, that think they know everything. I just look at them, whatever. you know, let's see what we got going here. Futures actually look okay. Okay, 1 hour is pulling back. All right, let me go to where? Oh, there it is. Okay, so I was looking for that. I'm looking for you. There you are. Okay. All right. Tick cumulative. It's flat to green. IWM pulled back. All right. So people running into the markets and just buying this morning, being delivered a little bit of a dose of reality. Even though we have positive gamma on our side, we need to. I always talk about, first 15 minutes, I'm taking profits off the table, blah, blah, blah. You've heard it before. Look for a trend after, say, 10 o'clock or whatever. If you read the gamma update, you knew that there's probably not going to be a lot of movement today. So I'm expecting that this dip right now is going to get bought. We're right in the middle of support and resistance. If you look at net open interest, which I have displayed on the screen right now, net open interest is showing 7,600 as a 99 percentile overhead, non-zero day, and 7,500 as 99%. So we're right in the middle, and we're just kind of bouncing around. We got purple if we go out a couple of days, we go to Thursday and redisplay, you can see we're between 7,500 and 7,600, these two levels here. Call wall overhead at 7,600. But notice the background is all purple. That's telling you there's positive gamma. Look at all the positive gamma down below and above. So this is good because it's supportive. Price action should stay in this area. So if you're fearful, look at a few things that are giving us reason to just sit tight, okay? New York Stock Exchange. Let's look at the New York Stock Exchange. That's made a new high today, pulled back in a little bit. S&P Equal Weight Index, RSP, made a new high, pulled back in a little bit. Okay, made a new high, just barely. Just barely. But it's consolidating up here. Not a big deal. Let's see, the Qs, the comp, NASDAQ composite is something like 2,700 stocks, give or take, just shy of all-time highs. I got a feeling we're going to test all-time highs. We got July right around the corner, so you have seasonality on your side as well. Okay, so look at the peak right here, July, 3.64%. So coming out of June into July, it tends to be very strong. And if we're looking at the Qs and we go out 20 years, I always like to use 20 because it gives us a better average. 20 years, the Qs always higher in July. November tends to be another high. April is pretty good sometimes. Tech, semiconductors. Let's look at XLK. XLK, let's go out 20 years. Okay, July tends to be a strong month. So don't lose faith. Don't get too upset if the markets are down a little bit. Give it some time. Over time, the markets move higher. I like that analogy, Freno. That was a really good analogy you shared this morning. Bull markets, are like walking up a set of stairs with a yo-yo. The yo-yo representing price action, right? Intermittent price action. So depending on the trend, like if I look at the bottom of the stairs as March 9th, 2009, when the markets bottomed after the great financial crisis, as the beginning of the staircase, this is a secular bull market that's lasted since 2009, okay? And we're up, let me just go out a little ways here. We're up, oh, why didn't it save? Why didn't it save? Okay, let me save this now. Let's see. Right there. Over 1,039% since the March 9th, 2009 low. Okay. Yeah, let me save that. All right, let me just zoom out a little bit. I'm going to grab a copy of this.
AMPG. CRBO.
So, you've got two phases of the World Cup. You see group stages, right? 4 teams in a group. They play each other around all the races to see which are the top 3 teams and one go through. And then they go into like a bracket. And it's the sort of knockout round. So, of course, in the group stages,
Okay, America will be playing, like Team USA, they could win, they could lose, or they could draw. Like, you get 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. You may pick a player, right? Yeah, so I think Kylian Mbappe plays for France is probably the person that everybody thinks is going to win the Golden Boot, score the most goals.
All right, so that looks good.
Pick on France to win.
1,000%.
Mbappe to score.
Okay, Apple's still hanging on the highs here. Apple, just going to wait for the markets to bounce. Looks like we're going to bounce now.
When you get to the knockout stage, there's no draw. So someone CRB got through. So in the first
CRBO.
the way the soccer works is you play 2 halves. And if there isn't a winner after that full time, then you go into extra time. Two and if there's no winner after that, it's penalties. So there'll be, I don't know whether you watched the Brazilian Russia. This is just reminding me of Russia. This is what the brilliant thing about the work we do is we're bringing a new audience.
CRBO less than 10 seconds.
Get your head around there, and actually, you'll get up with that on the game. Right? You'll have a view that you can see that player and you feel like he's hot today. He's going to score. That's LBT. In a couple of weeks, we will have a spectacle as the CEO for what do you check in, what do you stress test in, what do you check in on, what. I imagine there's a lot going on in not doing podcasts. Like during this key block time. CRB. I am very fortunate that we have a fantastic, organization who've been focused on delivering for this World Cup for a long time. This is not something we started last week.
Needs to lose the 50-day.
Building up the infrastructure.
Jeff.
The games, the volume, the liabilities, the campaigns is a big deal. Right? But if I'm the one who's going to ask questions about it, we've got brilliant people on the ground.
Yeah, I would think Intel would need to lose the 50-day. Okay, let's take a look here. Intel. Okay, 50-day would lose the base. Okay. The other thing is, if you look at Intel, this is what I have. It's all subjective, of course, right? All subjective. The lines you draw are subjective. Let me just show you what I'm looking at here. Intel. Did I save it? I don't know that I did. Intel. Intel. No, I didn't. All right, so let me do this. Let me annotate this. Show. Okay, here's a Fibonacci from here up to there. Okay, so 382 would be right at the 50-day. Okay, let's go. All right, so we also have this. We have a descending channel. So it broke out and retesting the descending channel. Okay, so descending channel, breakout, pullback. The gain from here to there was 223%, 220 something percent. Okay, I just want to mark this up so I'll have it for future reference. Because some of you are concerned about it. Okay, I understand. Okay, RSI. Technically, we didn't make a higher high on price action, so this is not really a divergence. Okay. Intel.
And what prediction markets do is they give us the opportunity to offer consumers in California who want to have a bet on
All right, so we have a pullback to break out of a descending channel after 220% gain. Okay, so we got Meta bouncing. Okay, Amazon going there. Okay, Amazon had news last night that filtered in. Amazon. Okay, Amazon, nice reversal here. Amazon. Dip buyers. Amazon, nice bounce. We had a pullback, and then buyers stepped up. Positive gamma. I really hate these commercials that show these games and people winning a bunch of money and then exclaiming how much money they won. How many people lose money? I mean, how the hell do they pay people? You get these free games, right? They get you locked in. What's the deal with this? Why do people do this stuff? It just makes me crazy. I mean, I can understand playing a game every once in a while, but I don't know. It's just my pet peeve. You don't have anything else to do? You have no projects? You have no life? If you're playing games and you're listening to me, don't take it offense. It's just something that bugs me. I see these advertisements on Yahoo. They don't do it on Bloomberg. Bloomberg at least has a little bit of self-respect. Take the money from wherever it comes from, I guess. I don't know. I just can't see wasting my life. I mean, it's just like watching a football game. I can't go to a football game for 4 hours unless I'm with a bunch of friends and I do it once in a while. You know, I could see that. But 4 hours? A lot of people, yeah, I like to watch the highlights. I mean, I must have watched Brady win, all of his Super Bowl rings 100 times, especially that game against Atlanta, where Atlanta blew that lead, and Seattle, what's his name, Seattle throws that interception on the goal line. They actually practice for that particular play. They practice for it. That is so wild. Anyway, Apple moving higher. We've got Amazon taking off to the upside. What's Vinny talking about? He tends to ramble. Just don't pay attention to him. He tends to ramble when the markets are in a state of flux. Right now we're waiting for the markets to bounce. Okay. We're waiting for the markets to bounce. We have positive gamma. We have a possibility going all the way down to 7,500. That's a possibility. We're watching hedge flows, see if that turns back up. But we have a lot of purple, a lot of positive gamma. Non-zero day. Okay, why is my alerts not going off here? Let's see. Let me go here. Discord. I think it pauses every once in a while when you're not listening. Mm-hmm.
Micron pulse.
There we go.
Long
Okay,
dated,
cool.
Deep calls.
All right. Amazon at the highs, Google at the highs. Okay, these look pretty good. Amazon looks really good.
DTE. Call side.
Google, Amazon. What's AMD doing? AMD looking for a bounce in these. AMD. Okay, pulling back a little bit. Google looks really good. Google breaking above the 370 level we were looking at yesterday and the 21-day. Google looking really good. So I might add to Google at some point. What is... Okay. You can scalp intraday with SPCH and SPCQ. I bought some SPCH earlier. I didn't want anybody to follow me, so I bought some SPCQ because it looked like we were going to fade pretty well. So that was a quick trade, SPCQ. Off the low here, we started to do the opposite with SPCX, okay? So we faded right there. I had SPCH right over here around 945 or so. Did run up. we started to roll over, I bought some SPCQ. Didn't post it. Didn't want people follow me in case this thing ripped to the upside. I still think there's a lot of upside potential in SPCX. So this is just a very quick trade. I posted it in the trading room, the short setup. So if you wanted to take it. So you can trade either one of these or both, like I'm doing at the moment, SPCX, because it's probably going to have lots of volatility. Those options that are starting to trade now, very expensive. The spreads, I got to believe the spreads are pretty wide. Let me go see what the spreads look like on SPCX. Trade SPCX. Okay, so looking at July, the spreads aren't that bad. They're pretty well done. SPCX, the 220 call, there's like 12,350 contracts have traded. It's a 50-cent spread. That's not bad for a 55 delta. That's not bad. So I'm looking at the July 17th. They're $28. I would only do spreads just to bring my cost down and still be able to trade it. Or my preference right now is to trade the ETFs, the leverage ETFs, because let somebody else do the option buying, and I'll trade the trends. You know, these big reversals here. I mean, from $800 up to 10. You know, $2 real quick. Now it's starting to fade a bit. Watching SPCH. Okay. $24, $25. So if you take a third of this, like say you take, I don't know, just as an example, take 30 shares of this and occasionally maybe 100 shares of this, if you need it. It's about the same, right? About 30%. Half. Actually, it's $10 now, so you get the point. So trading 100 shares of this versus 50 shares of the other, depending on which way it goes. And then once it picks a direction, you can double up or triple up and reduce risk on the other side. All right, so like, for example, if SPCH, this might be too much trouble for some people, but if you take SPCH and this starts to break above 25, which is what I'm watching for, if it breaks above 25, maybe I triple up on this and reduce exposure. I have no more SPCQ at the moment, but I would reduce my risk here, okay, and just go like an equilibrium. The long starts to work, reduce the risk on the short. The short starts to work, reduce the risk on the long. And eventually this is going to pick a direction, I would think. 60-minute for now. SPCX. All right, it's just a doji. Might be too much work. You know, you may not want to do what I just described. That's fine. Right now, I'm just watching some of these other stocks like Google, and Amazon, which are doing really well. I like the looks of these charts. Okay, what's Home Depot doing? Home Depot. Sorry about that. Home Depot. Okay, Home Depot. Looking for that to rally. Home Depot. Okay, during the months of June, July, August into September, I showed you the Home Depot chart from before. Pretty good odds that we're going to rally here. Okay, so this is hurricane season. All right, June through October, technically. We had hurricane. What was that hurricane? What was the one hit the west, the East Coast? Hurricane. Shit, getting old, forgetting. Sandy went up the coast, hit New York, devastated New Jersey. We had power out for like, what, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something like that. Some of the places on the island, Long Island, really bad. Many of you from that area, Long Island. The subways were full of water. Crazy. Anyway, so this time of the year, time to get long. Home Depot. Okay. Okay, what's going on here?
CRE may resume in less than a minute. MUD. SOXS.
Q's pulse. Long dated.
SNDQ. CRE may rest in 10 seconds. MUD.
Micron pulse.
SOXS.
Long dated.
SNDQ.
Okay, so that's what Home Depot looks like. Amazon's at the high. Home Depot, looking at Home Depot. Okay, looks good. Home Depot.
Marvel pulse. Deep puts. Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans.
MUD.
Marvel pulse. Long dated.
SOXS.
Okay, Robinhood came back to the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. I might get back in
Long
if I don't forget.
Shenanigans.
Home Depot at the highs. Home Depot. Home Depot.
SOXS. MSTZ. SNDQ. SSG.
CCTG,
WBX.
NIBF, CRE,
SQQQ.
Marvel pulse. Long dated.
GRXA
Deep
vaulted to the
puts.
upside.
Shenanigans.
NFRA. SNDQ. SSG.
NIBF, CCTG,
RBLU. RBLX.
IBDA, NIBF, HOUR,
RBLU. NFRA.
IBDA,
SPX pulse. Long dated.
NIBF,
NIBF.
OVAI, NIBF,
NIBF. SOXS.
Home Depot.
OVAI,
MUD.
NIBF.
Okay.
NIBF. SOXS. MUD.
SpaceX, deep calls. Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
OBAI. CRE. NIBF.
SNTQ. NIBF. MUZ.
EWR. NIBF.
MUD. SNTQ. SQQQ. SOXS. MSTZ.
All right, looks good. Why did I lose my feed here?
MUD.
Okay, maybe nothing interesting to talk about? Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 11/28, Tuesday, June 16.
Really appreciate you both being with us for Big Three today. Charles Luke from the Trading Academy, and of course Kevin Horner for breaking down the technicals for us. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight SpaceX and the larger space economy with Andrew Shannon from Procure AM. SpaceX has already overtaken Amazon in market cap and then leapfrogged Microsoft this morning. Trading 360 will be right back with more.
NIBF.
Q's Pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call sign. Size.
RSA may rest in 10 seconds.
All right, there goes Gilead, still going here. S&P back down to the low.
Deep calls.
All right.
Granddad had a family law before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me.
NIBF.
And my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey.
Got to be proud of my son. I tell you what, I just got a message from him that he got stopped out with a $200 loss instead of a $1,000 loss.
Long dated.
CBR. He's got CBRX, but he sold it. Okay, I wasn't paying attention to his account, so he was down $200 instead of 1,000 at present. So commendable. Learning probably the most valuable trait that a trader can
Long dated. Triple
muster
DTE.
or manage is taking stops when the stock doesn't do what you think it's going to do. Take the stop, move on. Great mindset he's learning at 16. Still remember that kid sitting in my lap watching the markets. Green is good, Papa. And was it second grade? He learned about Fibonacci's. He heard us talking about Fibonacci's. It's just crazy what kids will pick up on, right? You curse all the time, you're a bad person, they're going to pick up on it. They turn into a bad person. You're a good person, you got good character, good moral compass. And you can't change the world a lot of times, but, you can teach them right. Anyway, I know. What's Vinny talking about? I'm just sitting here waiting for the markets to do something that's tradable. Apple's still looking okay. Home Depot at the highs. This is probably going to do really well. It does very well. Does very well during hurricane season. We got something to look forward to. July tends to be one of the stronger months of the year. Okay.
SpaceX, a pure play space company, and it's something that I think is going to, ignite future entrepreneurs, engineers, people that are, very highly qualified to take on incredible challenges and say, hey, you know what, I can do great things for humanity, and maybe I can make some money working in the space industry. And so, I think this repositions what the space industry is. I think Elon, said that they try to take the fiction out of science fiction, and they've been doing it for a long time. And I think that people are going to now need to start, kind of reshaping how they view the broader space industry as a whole. So this was a really transformational moment, in my opinion.
And before we look at the whole industry, I want to stay with SpaceX for a second because we had many conversations about what the potential valuation could be here. We were talking north of $1 trillion. We're now north of $2.5 trillion in terms of any
Google
given moment
polls,
here in the trading
long
day.
dated.
They may have just
0
Microsoft
DTE,
again
call
here.
sign.
What does that
Size.
say to you both about the strength of the business here, but I guess more importantly, how investors are viewing it? Because I've had a lot of conversations about the disconnect between the valuation and what we know about the fundamentals here.
So, I don't think anyone really has a great idea of what the valuation
Size.
is. And,
Long
people that
dated.
are looking at what the market cap number says it's worth today versus people that are trying to prepare for what they think it might be worth into the future. And this is a company that has seen transformational change, in its own right. It's making strategic acquisitions as we speak. There's other potential acquisitions that people think that maybe they will make in the future. They're really interestingly positioned today, and they're looking to take on some of the major challenges that our economy faces. Looking at things like AI, their ability to build up data centers,
Long dated.
potentially their ability to come up with more energy efficient solutions for building out data centers, which will help push AI forward. But what happens, in a very long time from now, if Mars is
SP
terraformed and we're
exports,
bringing
long dated.
civilization to
0
Mars and
DTE,
building out
call
lunar
sign.
bases,
Size.
are there things that the company could do if they own a foreign company? So what we're seeing is, so many different ways that this company could be positioned at determining a valuation today. Almost seems like a fool's errand. And the question is, do you think that they'll be able to compete in the future in some of these challenges and maybe even open up other areas that they haven't really discussed about, where they could move into? And the reality is, there's very few companies that are positioned the way that they are to tackle some of these upcoming opportunities.
And Andrew, we talked a lot coming into this about what this was going to do for the broader sector and the broader space economy. In the lead up, we saw a lot of these space-related names have some really nice rallies. We've seen quite a bit of pullback also in some of those names since we got this SpaceX IPO, because I think a lot of people were looking at them as proxies for SpaceX when they couldn't get the exposure. What was your thought about how that action went, whether it was warranted, some of the rallies and pullbacks we saw in this name, and if you really feel like SpaceX sucked the oxygen right out of the room for some of these other names?
I certainly would not be surprised if people were investing in space companies, as a proxy for where they thought that the IPO.
0 DTE, call sign. Size.
UFO, such as an EchoStar, which has exposure to SpaceX because they sold billions of dollars worth of spectrum to SpaceX in exchange for private shares. So there have been ways for people to get exposure. I think a lot of people probably said, hey, let's pick individual names or try to pick a basket of space companies that maybe is a way to hold that. And certainly on IPO day, it kind of looked like SpaceX went up while the broad-based space industry went down, and we're still kind of dealing with some of the after effects of this IPO. But as a whole, I think what occurred was really helpful long term for the space industry as far as changing how people view some of these companies. And just some of them are looking at them as competitors of SpaceX.
0 DTE, call sign. Size.
But the reality that SpaceX proved is that you can be an unknown upstart company with great ideas, and there could be room for you to compete, to win contracts, to bring in commercial clients, and to help expand the next iteration of the space economy. And people, up until recently, really haven't grasped what these space companies do.
All right. So Gilead looking good. Looking for the bounce. Okay. So proud of him for stopping out. That is such a good trait to have. The good thing is he's looking at, the money that he makes working. He's got part-time jobs. So, at 16, they're only going to pay him. He's making $15 an hour, which is pretty good. Um, and he gets tips too from time to time. Taking people's pictures or whatever. People are pretty kind on vacation. He's a handsome kid. But so proud of him for taking that stop. It just keeps playing in my head. Okay, let's look at SpaceX, because this could happen to SpaceX too, right? Roman candle, 3 days in a row, just straight up. Okay, that looks good. I mean, even sometimes I'll do it. I'll maybe I'll just hold on to this for a little bit longer, and don't take the stop. And I've been doing this for nearly 40 years. I know better as well. You lose another $1,000 instead of cutting the losses short. The more you make, the more you lose, or whatever. Can lose. Just watching the S&P, I'm not oblivious to what's going on. I'm watching for this to turn. S&P 500. Meanwhile, Amazon just off the high. Google's looking pretty good. Google's at the highs as well. Google, sorry, I keep killing your eyes, I'm sure. Google, all right, stepping higher, 60-minute. Okay, so here's the deal with 60-minute. All right, we just turned the corner in Google. We had a multi-week pullback in Google, channel down, breaking higher. This is exactly what I'm looking for on Intel, right? Exactly what I'm looking for on Intel. You got a channel down. The Intel channel down is about half as long, but looking for this to turn back up. Intel, same thing, right? Intel. So Intel, there we go. Intel. All right, so about 4 weeks, 5 weeks down, came back to the breakout level of this channel down, which tends to be bullish because you got a 220% gain. You got a little pullback, 382. Looking for a bounce eventually. Intel's still pulling back. So you were right, Jeff. It is pulling back a little bit more. But S&P, we're just looking for this to bounce. Okay, hedge flows continue to move lower. Okay, what?
Intel Pulse, long dated.
Sounds like they're buying some Intel on the dip. Netflix turning the corner. Netflix is so near a double bottom.
SpaceX, Intel Pulse, long dated.
Don't be surprised if there's amazing technologies that are lurking that people aren't aware of it or aren't even understanding their potential yet. But SpaceX is extremely well positioned to take on many tough challenges, but they're not necessarily trying to be the all and end all there. So I think there's room for many companies to potentially succeed here. But SpaceX continues to raise the bar.
Andrew, always so great to talk to you. Really appreciate you coming back to us and lending your expertise here on the space economy, which I have a feeling we'll be talking about for a while here. So I look forward to our next chat. SpaceX trading 9.5% higher so far this morning. That's Andrew Chanin, CEO and co-founder of Pure AM and the UFO ETF. Coming up next, we've got the disruptors coming your way. Palantir was on the receiving end of an upgrade today. George Tillis will weigh in on the call and also have an example trade for us next.
AMD Pulse, long dated. Deep puts, triple semi-pulse. Micron pulse, deep calls, shenanigans, 0 DTE, call side, size.
Stay connected to the market, Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere on any device.
How's it going? First day, so sometimes try to get you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Pedalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday
0 DTE, call side, size.
focus on technology, innovation, and
All right, so it looks like the markets could see some dip buying. I love buying dips. So long as the markets are in a trend, right? I love buying dips. Most people get all freaked out and scared. I mean, that's precisely what you should be
0 DTE,
looking for.
call side, size.
You don't want to be buying the highs. Okay, S&P. Right now we're inside days, so we don't know what's gonna happen here. But 7,500 we know is a major level down below. Net open interest 7,600 is resistance. We're right in between yesterday and today, right in between. RSI is above 50, so there's that. We got volume shows. If this volume was like red and spiking higher, I'd be a lot more concerned. Also, if you reference New York Stock Exchange, 2,400 components, it's making new all-time highs. Yes, it is off the highs of the day. Look at the 60-minute. It's trending. It bounced off the 20 EMA. So when you get scared, take a look at the New York Stock Exchange. Enable a 60-minute chart. Display a 20 EMA. I like to use a 10 EMA lately because I get those crossovers, which is really good. If you're trending, long as it stays above that, long as it stays above it, short term, like the next few days, we should be fine, right? Support got bought this morning. That's the New York Stock Exchange. Let's look at the comp. The comp has about 300 more components. COMPQ, about 2,700 components. That did pull back. All right, let's look at RSP, the S&P 500, back to the 10 EMA. Doji for now. If we get a bounce here, which we probably will, that should be good. The Qs, okay, that's losing the 10 EMA. So a little bit more weakness in the Qs. So that would make me want to go look at advanced decline percent, which is looking okay. S&P 500, mid cap, small caps, but NASDAQ turning down. So that's precisely what you would expect on the lower panel, NASDAQ turning down as the Qs lose the 60-minute 10 EMA. Probably going to bounce somewhere near here. Okay, I would think. Still in a fairly bullish trend. Positive gamma. So I'm looking for dips to get bought. Am I going to buy this because it's dropping like this? No, I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for it. Let's see. CBRS, Cerebras, still below its 20 EMA. So it's still basing down here. There was a chart that someone posted in the trading room a couple of days ago about IPOs and their tendencies. I think it might have been Mr. Turchini. Does that ring a bell? IPOs, what they tend to do in the first few months. They tend to hit the high, fade, go nowhere for a few weeks or months, and eventually turn back up. All right, so you got to be careful with these IPOs. I like the idea of trading these
Shenanigans.
leveraged
0
ETFs.
DTE, call side.
All right, this looks like it's going to roll over. So if you want to trade SPCQ, this looks like it's going to start to go. So this is a third of the cost, half of the cost of the SPCH, right? The long, 2 times long. This is trading right around 24, so about half the cost. SPCQ, all right? So if this goes, take 500 of this instead of 1,000 or the other way around. Take 1,000 of this versus 500 of the other. See if you can't get this to move higher. All right, starting to move here. SOXS, SPCQ looks like it's going to go again. Okay, I might buy some more of this SPCQ.
0 DTE.
Okay.
Call sign. Size.
George, really appreciate you being with us to take us through that.
Okay, so I bought some more SPCQ for now.
Example trade here right now, Palantir trading 2.8% lower at 130.89. That's George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent here. on the
Triple
network.
semi
Thank you, George.
deep
Coming up
call.
next, about our
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
Energy packed ahead of Friday's peace deal signing between the U.S. and Iran. Trading 360 will be right back.
SanDisk Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platform.
All right, SPCQ.
On Thinkorswim desktop.
Okay, SPCQ.
Tailor the platforms to your needs with nearly endless customization and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
CRV.
BMNC.
I'm Alex Coffey. And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping our market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a paper-free process of stock. That should certainly be a short to near-term catalyst. Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Spider Pulse.
CRV.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me. And my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college education. Someday it'll be their turn.
CRV.
Okay, so this is not going anywhere at the moment.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management.
All right, markets are just sitting here. Home Depot looks okay. That is a longer term swing. That's probably going to work for the next couple of months, I would think, into September. Okay, so this is Home Depot. We'll come back to the others in a minute. Home Depot.
CRV.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. Crude oil currently trading below the $78 level.
Intel Pulse.
Since April 17th.
Home Depot.
Pricing in peace and the deal between the U.S.
S&P is drifting a bit lower right now.
Want to discuss the energy market further here? Bring in our panel. Joining us, Rob Summel, senior portfolio manager at Tortoise Capital, and Ben
NBIS.
portfolio manager at Hennessy Energy Transition Fund.
Long
Great
dated.
to have you both with us
Deep
today. Rob,
call.
let's start with you. I mean,
Shenanigans.
significantly back. We're at lows that we haven't seen in months.
Oops.
Do you think that the market is getting ahead of itself, pricing in a smooth reopening of the Strait of Hormuz? Because we aren't there yet.
It's funny. The talking heads, they have nothing to talk about, so they keep speculating on everything. I don't know. Do you guys find that helpful? Just speculation, constant speculation? They're not talking concrete, actionable information. I know that one member mentioned a long time ago that they probably liability-wise they can't, so they make it more entertaining than anything. Okay, let me see.
0 DTE.
I'm going to take a few minute break. The markets aren't going much of anywhere at the moment. Just sliding a bit. I'm going to keep an eye on Home Depot. Let's see. Apple's still hanging in there. Apple's at the high of the day. So maybe this continues the trend. I'll watch Apple instead. All right, I'm going to take a couple minute break, and I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
Orbital compute satellite is in Starship, is in a launch vehicle. And so if you want to estimate when orbital compute is going to be scaling, it's really a question around like when is Starship going to scale?
We're showing the videos. This is file, right? Starship, and the basics of it are that on paper, 135, 150 metric tons payload to orbit, and I think this might be in the future in iterations 400 metric tons.
I think the company said 200 metric tons is pretty achievable. 400 metric tons, maybe, I don't know. Seems likely, but I don't know. You just make it. There's something with rockets where the taller you make it, kind of the easier things become. The surface area volume ratio, and that benefits you with drag.
CCTG.
So it seems very likely, but manufacturing that skills harder.
Can you compare and contrast then? So you outlined in great detail why you're bullish on the terrestrial data center neocloud business. Where does the orbital data center business compare over just a reasonable timeline for you?
Yeah. Again, and I love the question. I appreciate the question. I think people are looking at orbital compute and they think, oh wow, this sounds so crazy, and I wasn't thinking about it 2 years ago. So it must take a long time, and a lot of you on timelines in the
Triple
past
semi-pulse.
have been wrong.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
But if you look at what an orbital compute satellite is, it's basically
OTLK.
some compute element, whether that's a GPU, a TPU, a Trainium, or proprietary.
You said you have reference designs for all of them.
Yeah.
Micron pulse.
There's the
Long
compute.
dated.
And you want
Deep
Atlas
calls.
server racks,
Shenanigans.
compute. There are solar panels, like that's easy, fully kind of proven. SpaceX has huge experience building solar panels. And the third main piece are radiators.
Micron pulse.
Takes all
Long
heat
dated.
from the compute chips
Deep calls.
and radiates it into space via
OTLK.
via black body radiation.
OPEN.
Those are the three main things. And then you also have laser links to connect to other satellites, or, connect to the ground, and radio to connect to the ground. Of these things, every individual component here is kind of fully proven by SpaceX, except for the compute side. But that is not, it's just not that hard. And so the satellites themselves are pretty easy to make.
Marble. Long dated. Deep calls.
So to me, it really is a question of CRV. And I don't understand why SpaceX wouldn't be able to have an orbital compute satellite up within 6 months or so of the first Starship payload deployment.
We have 90 seconds left in the show. I can't believe it. We need to address the OpenAI and Anthropic development work, which is on paper
0 DTE, call side. Size.
SpaceX outlines. Is there room on Earth and outside of the full three?
I think intelligence is the most important defining capability of our time, and I think there's unlimited demand for intelligence. I think it's very clear that SpaceX will be, in my opinion,
0 DTE, call side.
compute
Size.
intelligence, and I don't know what's going to happen on the model there, but there's absolute space for
mRNA.
Just 15 seconds. If you had a kind of black swan memo right now for firms where what would the headline be? CRV. What's the biggest focus for you?
I think it's probably regulatory.
Regulatory. Okay, let's do this. Let's hang out, and you're always welcome to get back on the show. Bloomberg Tech, thank you very much for coming in. That does do it for this edition of Bloomberg Tech. I want to check on the markets actually.
WDC Pulse.
Headed south. It's paired some of its declines. We're down 1.2%. SpaceX is not at session highs, but it is up 10%. It is half Amazon spot market value as it stands, but we're close to some time away, and maybe it will eclipse Microsoft's market cap by the close as well. Stay with us on Bloomberg TV throughout the day. What a show today. To recap on the podcast, really appreciate all of you that do listen to the shows. Plus, you're going to find it on Bloomberg, Spotify, Apple, and iHeart. From San Francisco, this is
Zero DTE call sign. Size. Zero DTE call sign. Size.
CRB. mRNA.
SpaceX. Long dated. Deep calls.
Here's what's at stake today. SpaceX valuation takes off as the stock soars for a third day. We discuss how it's also stress testing crypto bid to reinvent stocks.
SpaceX drawing attention to the private sector too. We talk exclusively to Shamir Khalid of Citi about the firm's move to offer trading to private companies.
And Binance is making preparations to stop providing services in the crypto market. We'll tell you why.
That's all ahead on this hour of Bloomberg Crypto. First though, just to check a break. We actually see most of these crypto assets lower than most digital assets. Bitcoin's down about 1%, just shy of 66,000. Ether down about 1.9%. Binance is a lot of Bitcoin down about 2%. Yesterday though, that's what I want to focus on. Started with Bitcoin plunged to its highest level.
SPX calls. Long dated.
DXYZ. BWAD. AMPG.
We're also keeping an eye on Michael Saylor's strategy, which is, of course, the biggest quarter's holder of Bitcoin. The company says it spent $100 million from May to the 14th to buy more than 1,500 Bitcoin tokens to increase its Bitcoin reserves to more than 846,000. Now, the timing here is notable because about 2
Zero DTE call sign.
32 Bitcoin
Size.
tokens in late May. That was the first
DXYZ.
since 2022. The amount there was negligible, but the symbolism was significant, and that news contributed to Bitcoin's sell-off below $60,000, Tim.
Okay, we're keeping track of it so everybody else doesn't have to, but not everyone is piling into Bitcoin at this price level. And ETF IQ this week, we spoke to BlackRock's Rick Reader about his exposure and alpha. I think it's ultimately going higher. We're keeping it at a pretty
mRNA.
moderate exposure, and I feel like it's just okay today, and so we've reduced exposure. Ultimately, I think it's going higher. Rick Reader at BlackRock. Here we are on
CMTL.
crypto corporate stories.
Spider Pumps. Long dated.
From Toronto. So I want to start with strategy. Scarlett just went through the numbers here. Is it fair to say we're getting sort of mixed messages, Monique, from what strategy is doing when it comes to buying and selling Bitcoin?
I think it is a bit of a mixed bag right now. We did see that one Bitcoin sale, some Bitcoin sale that you mentioned 2 weeks ago, but they now for the past 2 weeks have been buying more Bitcoin. Their purchases this week were funded by aftermarket share sales, which is
Micron
something they've been
Pulse.
moving away from
Long
to
dated.
focus more on
Shenanigans.
credit instruments because those have less dilution compared to their share sales. But some analysts say that they expect Strategy to continue to buy more Bitcoin, but they think this is largely going to have to be funded with that credit instrument, and also with the need then to pay dividends on that as well. And this could also mean that there'll be less Bitcoin per share going forward.
Okay, thank you for putting that into perspective for us. In Michael Saylor's post on X, he also said that they've increased the U.S. dollar reserve, USD reserve by $100 million to $1.1 billion. What does that mean in the context of resuming buying Bitcoin again?
So this is something Strategy's really been focusing on because this reserve is going to be used to fund their dividends. With some of these credit instruments that they've been issuing, they have to provide dividends to those holders. And the only way to fund that is going to be through these reserves for the most part if they don't want to do Bitcoin sales, because the company's core business doesn't generate a lot of net income. So they need to be able to get those funds from somewhere else. And what they're trying to do is build up those reserves so that when there is a bit of a downturn in Bitcoin, potentially in the future, that they don't have to return to doing this many Bitcoin sales.
And I want to switch gears a little bit, Monique, and just talk about Robinhood. Shares were higher, now they're lower by about 2.6%. Cutting its workforce by 10%. Just the latest, let's call it fintech, after Block and others to cut some jobs in the last few months. Block, for its part, blamed it on AI. Is that the narrative we're hearing from Robinhood today?
No. So Robinhood is trying to differentiate themselves from some of these other layoffs that we've seen, like you said, in the fintech and in the crypto space. They say this is more streamlining, that they want to have a high performance culture. So they're saying that this is going to be about growth. There is going to be about a $20 million charge that they're going to take from doing these reductions, but they expect to see some growth going forward from having lower costs. And that's what the analysts are saying as well. They think this is, in the long run, going to help with some of that earnings growth, even if there is a bit of pain right now.
What types of roles are being cut?
Zero DTE call side.
So
Size.
they're only eliminating their full-time roles. So these are going to be mostly corporate positions. It's going to be a couple hundred of those positions. And like they said, it's focusing more on performance rather than, like you had mentioned, with some of these AI replacement things that we've heard from some of the other firms.
All right, Monique, thank you so much for joining us. Monique Molima joining us from Toronto. Really appreciate it. Meantime, of course, we're keeping an eye on SpaceX, and the shares are jumping in today's session, putting its valuation right above $2.7 trillion.
Instead of showing the share price, we just show the valuation because it's just so massive.
It's so eye-popping.
Yeah, it's eye-popping.
Well, so at this valuation, it would overtake Amazon to become the fifth largest publicly traded company in the world in its third day of trading. This is where it stands in regular trading. Now, if you looked at perpetual futures trading, which allowed traders to speculate on a stock's price around the clock, its valuation to $3 trillion is what you see on blockchain-based markets. Bloomberg's crypto and DeFi reporter Muya Shen has been following this, and she joins us now. So, Muya, the SpaceX IPO has been said to be a really important moment for the crypto market. Why is that?
That's because this is the first real-world test yet to really see if crypto market is
Zero DTE call side. Size.
Market where people can access a private company's share before it hits the Wall Street.
And is it working?
I think it depends on where
It feels like it's in a mixed bag.
Yeah, if you look at perpetual swaps, as Carla said earlier, it shows there's real demand, right? On Hyperliquid, for example, on the listing day, there was over $1 billion traded on the SpaceX contract. It was second biggest contract on the day just after Bitcoin.
And it felt like it foreshadowed the price action on Friday a little bit.
Yes, exactly. I think that's why people are now really treating platforms like Hyperliquid and Binance as this price discovery area for
Sanders
SpaceX,
calls.
especially
Shenanigans.
regular markets like
SPX
Okay, so
calls.
definitely played a
Long
role
dated.
in the lead up to the
Zero
IPO. Now that
DTE
SpaceX is
call
publicly
side.
traded and
Size.
available to everyone, what does its IPO tell us about tokenization? Because that's the other trend that we've been seeing is move towards tokenizing every potential asset.
Yeah, I think that's also where the problem happens, because people think about tokenization, they put the assets on chain, but in reality, what happened on Friday was that a couple exchanges, also wallets, on the crypto side, they were unable to deliver the underlying shares to their users. I think that was a big hit for the crypto industry because I think for the past few years, they have been very bullish about the whole idea of tokenization, and they want to keep their users on their platform without going anywhere else.
What about the distinction between tokenized spot shares versus perpetual futures, and why perpetual futures seem to be getting a lot of the attention?
Yeah, I think that's because buying perpetual swap doesn't require having the underlying shares. So you're basically just speculating the underlying prices. But tokenized stocks, you actually need to have the underlying shares. So that requires some sort of work between the brokers and the crypto platforms and blockchain technology.
One is synthetic essentially, and the other one isn't, right?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah, thank you so much for keeping an eye on all this. We are Shen, one of our crypto and DeFi reporters here for Bloomberg News.
Coming up next in our token moment, Citi is launching its blockchain-enabled depository receipts on shares. We're going to speak to Shamir Khalid, head of services over at Citi, on what that means for private markets. And to access all the latest data and news on crypto, check out CRYP Go on the terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Okay, I don't usually post stuff like this, but this one surprised me. I've been playing this game for a few days, just here and there, like 5-10 minutes max. Didn't expect anything, but the bonuses actually add up.
LPEM,
Well, to 100
RKT,
What I like most,
CCTG.
no ads popping up every second. They give you a welcome bonus when you first download Try It for a minute. If
SNAP,
it's not real, just delete it. But if it is, it's kind of a fun little side cash thing. Might be worth buying cash fund. Just a small
SpaceX shenanigans.
Yo, anything going on lately? Need something fun to kill the time? I actually found something. Trust me, I hit a bid yesterday. For real? What is it? Is it, legit? Legit. Bro, it's 100% safe. I just redeemed $600 today. Damn. So what is it? How do I get in on this? Just download Jackpot Go and start playing. Trust me, you're going to be thanking me later.
Jackpot Go is free to download, and you can get free rewards just by logging in. If you're lucky, you can win up to $800 or even more.
Intel Pulse, long dated, shenanigans, 0 DTE, call side, size.
CCTG.
Never chase a receipt again. Finance.
KEL, HUT,
85% of NCAA fans had abandoned the purchase because the wait was too long. But AI
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep puts.
with reliable and secure connectivity for AT&T Business.
Rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? On this episode.
KEL, HUT,
Premieres June 26th, only on Bloomberg.
OPAI.
It's time for a token moment where we look at the efforts to tokenize different parts of the market. A new initiative by Citi will allow its wealthy and institutional clients to create tokenized shares of private companies on a blockchain. Here for more on that is Shamir Khalid joining us from Citi. Shamir, great to speak with you. Traditionally, wealthy investors have typically gotten access to these types of companies via
0
allocations to
DTE,
alternatives.
call
So,
side,
to get us
size.
started, how is what you're offering different?
Yeah, first of all, Scarlett, thank you so much for having me. And by the way, greetings from Zurich. So I'm right here where the inaugural event has happened, which is in partnership with SIX, the digital Swiss centralized securities depository. So how does this different?
SPX
So
Pulse,
probably talked
long
about,
dated,
um,
deep calls.
investors have gotten access to private markets, but generally when they
Okay.
get that access, it's been relatively liquid.
KEL,
Price transparency and price discovery has potentially been a bit of an issue. And so what we're trying to do here is use our market-leading depository receipts capability coupled with our market-leading custodial presence and basically bring them together along with our markets distribution and our wealth capabilities and offer
CRW,
clients the ability to regulated structure.
Would it, and to Scarlett's question about this being typically available to wealthier clients via alternatives and secondaries that would be a portion of a client's portfolio, would clients be able to trade this product or these assets, or you trade on their behalf, the same way that you trade any other stock?
That's exactly right. And I think, as I mentioned, this would be an asset that would be quoted as part of the regular cap table for the client. And it would basically look like, for the investor side, if you buy the other portfolio,
0 DTE, call side.
Side. As the securities depository.
How do you know there's enough liquidity there to actually have this mark to market every day and is actively traded as something that is available to a wider group of people? If it's just available to the smaller group that's on-chain for Citi's clients, then how is it actually price accurate?
It's a great question. So I think we're the first to market on this thing at this point in time, and we put this out there to really work on a voyage of discovery and actually give companies access to that capital and actually give investors access to these securities as well. So as we build out momentum on this, as I said, first to market, we're expecting more and more companies to actually ask us. We've got all the inbounds from our clients already, and really allowing them access to those markets and hopefully build momentum in this product over time.
So to Tim's point about liquidity, right now this service is only available to foreign investors. What needs to happen before it becomes available to U.S. investors?
So I think it depends on the type of issue. I do expect us to really, as we're thinking about the various companies and various distributors, we do expect to take this to the U.S. market as well in the very near future.
Would those only be available to so-called accredited investors?
That would be available to both wealth and institutional investors.
Okay, that makes sense. What does this mean beyond tokenizing your own investors? Because as we saw in the Wall Street Journal piece, the tokenization, the transaction to light up this tokenization digital asset platform that is a Citi portfolio company. What do you need in terms of like buy-in from companies that are not Citi portfolio companies to make sure this works for them?
I think Citi Portfolio Company was just the first company that we spoke to because we were, as you can appreciate, we're an investor in this company. We are also provided for the Wall Street seat structure. We are a custodian in this company. We also use our markets platform on the secondary side for the distribution side. And then for our wealth clients as well, we get this access. So you can think about the entire Citi construct. We pretty much hit every business line across the board. So as I talked about earlier, my expectation is that we are going to get a lot more income from companies that are not Citi portfolio companies, and our ability to help them should absolutely be that. We should be helping them raise capital and providing them through this regulated digital infrastructure. We providing them another access to capital as all investors.
One of the companies provided shares last year, but issuers and SpaceX pushed back hard. Meridiana needs issuers to authorize.
All right, we're back. Apple needed to come back. Apple was off the screen. Apple looking good. Apple looking good. There goes Apple. Bye-bye, Apple. There goes Apple. Looking good. Okay, Intel turning. CBRX turning. Should I buy some more down here? Probably should.
0
CBRX.
call side.
I'm going to wait, though. I'm going to wait. I got a decent sized position in CBRX. I keep buying at these lows. It is turning pretty fast now, though. Okay, so SPCQ currently is off a little bit. Okay. SPCH. Okay, that's grinding up a little bit. Apple's still pushing. Futures. Why did I do that? Futures. ES back up. Okay, futures. We're looking for some bullish signals for the futures. We know that we got purple or positive gamma. S&P is trying to turn up. Apple's at the high. Looking good. All right, Apple's at highs. I do want to add to Apple at some point. Monitor. Let's see, Apple. Let's see, XME. All right.
CRWB Pulse. Long dated, deep calls.
CRV.
CRWG. CRWU.
Home Depot. Home Depot doing well today. Okay. All right. What's Walmart doing? Walmart continuation of that trend. Got a lot of volatility therein inside of daily price action. Walmart. Okay, what are the Zscaler, Palo Alto? Okay, those are at highs. CrowdStrike. Okay, the top of the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P. Western Digital. 2 days this week. Very active. Seagate, Western Digital. These are all breaking higher. Micron. Okay. Did she stop talking when I came in? Pulse. Maybe she's just tired. All right, it's 12:21. Let me switch to see what CNBC is talking about.
Essentially to be sitting in cash. I think what you're seeing though is I think that you're seeing this responsiveness to the continued growth in earnings, and I feel like we haven't talked about that at all yet on this.
What's her name? Shannon? No. What is her name? Totally said exactly what I'm thinking. Earnings, 84% of companies that reported Q1 earnings, 84% beat. The 5-year average is 78%. 10-year average is something like 76%. So earnings have been really good despite all the hoopla about the money, CapEx these companies are spending. Some of them are doing a better job strategy-wise. I like the idea that what Apple is doing. Apple utilizing Gemini, Alphabet's Gemini, instead of building out this huge infrastructure. Let Google do it. Let Alphabet do it. Microsoft dropping off. All right, Microsoft didn't do anything.
So Joe, at least 21 billion going off the sidelines. People always have been talking about this money coming out of the money markets, and it may actually be happening. Do you see that helping out the broadening, or does it help out certain sectors like big tech? Where does that money go?
I don't know. I don't know that I believe in concept of this capital that's been
SpaceX on the move. Okay. SpaceX on the move.
Five.
I think what happens is the market has a personality, and the market right now is in a very happy state. You can say in some areas of the market,
SoFi.
we can survive.
SoFi, a big bounce today. SoFi.
Because the earnings growth is really good, and the earnings growth warrants some of the appreciation that we're seeing in the various industries. It's healthy, everything that we're speaking about here in the first 23 minutes. Whereas Josh cited yesterday on Closing Bell, I think he asked for a chart of the Russell, which is approaching new highs. Jenny's talking about a dividend strategy. I'm suggesting you could find momentum in places beyond technology. That's a healthy marketplace. And if in fact and yields are close to their high for the year, which
CBRS looking good.
then you're going to see an opportunity in corporate debt as well, even with spreads being tight. So money is definitely moving and rotating from a lot of different places. You have to be able to withstand the volatility that's associated with that, but you get paid on the other side of it for being able to rebalance and take advantage of the dispersion rather that's occurring.
To the point about just that rotation, the S&P equal weight on pace for another record close right now, up about 0.25%. All right, coming up, Josh has a new buy, and it's the stock that was just named a long-term growth idea at one big bank. We're going to reveal that name. Plus, we're going to debate our top calls of the day. Halftime's back in just 2 minutes.
All right, just watching. SoFi coming off the low. SoFi. Okay, my son is looking at CBRX. Did they not have it yet? Why don't they have it? Okay, so I'll just follow CBRS coming off the low. Okay, so it's starting to look better. CBRS. CBRX. All right, so I have enough shares for now. RSI rising. Let's see what some of these others look like. Apple oversold at the open right here. Okay. Apple hasn't looked back. Got a nice dip. Oversold RSI. I love this setup. 1 minute setup with the RSI and MACD. Volume picks up. Price action reverses. Hasn't looked back since. Just keep moving your stops up underneath these two moving averages around 298.75 at the moment. Okay, so that's a nice move off the low. That's $5 move, 2.5 points. $5, $250 per 50 delta call. Okay, $250. That's not bad. 5 points. All right, watching Intel coming off the low. All right, so here's a good example. 1 minute chart. Look at RSI. Look at RSI. We made a lower low. Price made a lower low on Intel. Lower low. RSI making a higher low. More than likely, Intel is going to rally from here. Okay. I mean, the market's kind of slow. It's not a guarantee, but given the setup, given what Intel looks like on the daily, this probably gets bought, I would think. It's in a bullish trend. Yeah, it did pull back today. However, we want to buy dips, right? We want to buy dips. All right, let's keep an eye on Intel for a minute just to see. RSI needs to turn up. RSI needs to turn up. Apple's at the high of the day, starting to see a little profit taking. Okay, watching. Okay, we got zero. We've got gamma positive. All right, it's a 99 percentile right here at 75.55. Do we push through that? 0 day. 75.55. Okay, when did that show up?
Let's talk about prediction markets.
My friend Dan Dolev at Mizuho is out with a report saying.
Okay, this wasn't 99 percentile until when? It was 90. Okay. 11:30. All right, so not yet. Okay, 11:45. 99 percentile, 11:45. 11:45.
You know, who knows? We'll see what happens. And now it's becoming
11:45.
I would imagine NBA finals and playoffs volumes have helped there. Don't forget, we have the midterms coming up, and people love trading political outcomes in these markets. So here you have a stock in a substantial discount to its old highs, but off the lows, making a series of higher lows, which you know I love. Unfortunately for the company, it's still got a very heavy correlation to the price of Bitcoin. However, even Bitcoin is dragging its sorry ass off the mat. So a lot of things going well for in the company's direction. This stock had a forward PE of 65 times in January. Now it's 43 times.
All right, so there's a new 99 percentile level just overhead. Let's see if we can't get a bounce here. All right, so this looks better now.
Until about 115, 120. So that's where I stand with Robinhood.
All right, Joe. Josh didn't mention SpaceX, but he alluded to it with the record-breaking traffic. The company saying they saw record-breaking traffic.
To it.
You alluded to it. There you go. I'm in the Mon Mel too, Josh.
One share for everyone, right? everyone gets to eat.
So is this stock? Do you see just a basic beneficiary of just a resurgence in retail trading? Is that another factor that you think could help this stock?
Well, it's one of the catalysts, but kind of let's pull back a little bit and look at it from a 30,000-foot view. We've owned this stock for the better part of well over a year. It is still a momentum name when you look at the last 12 months. It's up 26%, as we can see here on the screen. Some interesting things. Josh mentions a series of higher lows since the March 30th low. Embedded in that higher price pattern, short-term in its nature, is the April 28th earnings. So April 28th earnings, the stock actually moved lower after that and fought off and pushed against that and continued to move higher. You like to see that type of price action where a stock will go lower consistent with the near-term trend and then reverse and go the other way. It's approaching the 200-day moving average. You get a breakout there. And then I just think fundamentally they've gotten ahead of some of their peers in terms of adding really good intellectual capital to the bench, a lot of veteran leadership from the financial services industry. So I am certainly encouraged about what I'm seeing from the price action, from the fundamentals, and that really has nothing to do with what goes on with crypto. I understand the correlation, but I'm not saying we need crypto to be the single catalyst to move it higher.
All right, Robinhood shares pulling back more than 1% on the day they announced a 10% workforce reduction. All right, we're going to turn now to our headlines. Angelica Peebles with the CNBC News Update. Angelica.
Hey, Frank. According to the Washington Post, weeks before President Trump said that the
All right. CBRX trying to turn up.
$1 million and be fully covered by private donations, the federal government had reportedly already approved paying millions of dollars in public funds.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Contractor
SpaceX pushing back up off the low. Can we get back up to the high? Okay, Apple's still looking really strong here. Apple. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, June 16th. I think my son just joined us on the broadcast. He's just listening in. He's not in the trading room. Okay, just watching the markets, see if they can hold here. Apple's looking pretty good, holding up. I like Apple's strategy, utilizing Gemini for its AI infusion. Some people didn't like it. I think the initial bullish or the initial bearish reaction, think about it. Okay, people are always looking for more upside, always looking for more upside. So short term, that meant these bulls did not get what they wanted from Apple. However, long term, it's a good deal for Apple. They're not spending all the money, capex, that some of these companies like Meta is spending. You know, they're piggybacking off of Google Gemini. I think it's a smart strategy. I don't know what you think, but markets don't care what I think. It just, I don't know, it makes a lot of sense to me. You know, if I can get the use of a Lamborghini without paying, you know, whatever the hell it costs, I couldn't even tell you, or a Maserati, or, you know, a McLaren, I'd rather, you know, rent it for a couple of weeks or a couple of days out of the year. You know, don't need to have it sitting in my garage, depreciating in value. I know it's not the best analogy, but okay, just watching the markets. Let's go take a look at the New York FANG components. New York FANG components. Okay, so we had a big bullish day today. We're less than 50% into yesterday's price action. Okay, did everything change overnight, or is this momentum going to continue? The one caveat that we have that everybody's aware of, if you've been around this morning, is Core 1M. Okay, Core 1M trying to push back above 8. Anything below 8 tells us that calls are super expensive. It's a correlation between the indices. All right, so the indices, all the stocks are in the index, the S&P 500. But if you got, you know, half a dozen stocks in the tech sector that have 100% risk reversal ranks, they're far over here on the right. We know that they're super expensive, right? They're all over here. They're all congregated on the right. So that's telling us these calls are super expensive and they're due to move to the left. If they move to the left, all those calls lose value, right? Their volatility starts to reduce. You lose value. Okay, these moved over. Let's just see, 3 days ago. No history. All right, so we want these to move. We want these to continue to stay over here on the right. And they've done a good job of it over the last couple of weeks. But they are expensive. So look at LRCX. It's got a 96 percentile risk reversal rank. Microsoft, 96% risk reversal. Netflix is at the lows anyway. Meta, 94%. Google, NVIDIA, 95%. Tesla, 70%. Snowflake is fairly inexpensive over here. Okay, Meta's starting to turn up again. All right, so let's take a look at the 1 minute chart. Okay, let's look at the 1 minute chart. This is a good strategy. Here's Meta. Okay, here's Meta. Look at the 1 minute. All right, so it's bullish, coming off the low. The momentum that we just showed you on the New York FANG. Okay, New York FANG is showing momentum. MACD, stochastics, RSI rising. Okay, is that a fake out? Feels like the momentum is still there. So we got bullish momentum on Meta. So I want to look at the 1 minute chart. Gets oversold twice. Okay, this oversold at 10:30, led to where we are right now. So that's a $5 move right there. That's a $5 move. That's $250 for a 50 delta call. Everything else considered. All right, so two of those, that makes you $500 a day, $10,000 a month. So we got a higher low in RSI, higher low in price action. We're going to keep going. Well, I'll keep an eye on Meta for a minute. Keep an eye on Apple as well. Apple got oversold at the open right here. Got oversold at the open. It's been rising since. Okay, RSI has been staying above 50. You see that? As it rallies, as it stays above that red line, the 100 period moving average on the 1 minute chart, as it stays above, the majority of the time it's staying above 50 on RSI. That's telling you strength of trend is persistent. Okay, you could go to the 15 minute or the 5 minute. Okay, so you can see the oversold condition. Look at the 50. Look at the RSI above. That's telling you the persistent trend. It's not dropping like it is over here. Okay, So this looks good. Apple's probably going to keep going. So I would be swinging this, or rather, I'd be holding this for now until it does something goofy. RSI, looks like it's going to wants to push to 300. Nvidia's off. Microsoft is off.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Sign.
You cannot disrupt JB Hunt with a large language model, at least not yet.
I don't know how an LLM's going to move a container, but maybe someone does. I have no idea. Shannon, I'm going to come over to you. As I mentioned earlier, alluded to. I actually spoke to Jim Vanna, the CEO of Union Pacific. One of the things we talked about is regulation. In fact, the STB accepted their application, but they wanted more information. There is a chance this merger will not be approved. Does that change how people should look at a stock like this?
No, I mean, I think you should certainly weigh that as a potential option, but if you're going to attempt a merger of this type or variety or scale, it would seem that the current regulatory backdrop is certainly the one to do it in. And I think that the other thing to think about is that really just as it relates to this overall space, continuing momentum and kind of an industrial inflection and the opportunity to be able to take advantage of what could be kind of a meaningful, transformative merger. I think that it's probably, as an investor, you're probably weighing that risk to the upside versus the downside.
Jenny, coming over to you. Josh mentioned intermodal. That's container shipping. Generally, containers can contain consumer goods. So JB Hunt indirectly kind of will play on the consumer, specifically consumer goods often coming from Asia. They're really heavily leveraged to the West Coast ports.
Okay, looking good. Apple. S&P still holding down here. Positive gamma, so not expecting this to drop off. Just holding in this area, okay, for now. Jenny. Okay, so Meta's turning back up. Microsoft is starting to turn. Watch Microsoft. Yesterday, Microsoft towards the close, we were using the 1-minute chart, watching Microsoft. It went from 10 cents per call, the 400 strike call, I believe it was. It went to 70 cents within a couple of minutes towards the close yesterday. Here's the 3 o'clock. All right, let me just go. Let me go over here. All right, so yesterday, this is yesterday. This is right around 3 o'clock, that low right there. And we started to rally up. Calls were 10 cents, the 400 strike. Okay, here's 400 over here. The 400 strike was just out of the money. They were offered at 10 cents, ran up to 70 cents, and then quickly got slammed towards the close. But there was a very quick 30 minutes here where this just kept moving higher. Pretty interesting to note. Here goes Microsoft turning back up again. Okay, Apple turning up at the high. Okay, Apple still pushing. CBRS looks like it wants to go up. CBRS, watching CBRS at the moment. Okay, let's see what RSI is rising, or CBRS. What's SpaceX doing? SpaceX. All right, trying to push a bit higher. CBRS. All right, CBRS. Let's see if this goes anywhere. There are 10 firms, 10 Wall Street analysts that are following CBRS, okay, Cerberus, 10 Wall Street firms, all 10. Why does this keep turning off? Oh, you know what? I probably got a 10-second. Okay. Okay, there you go. I didn't realize this has a timer on it now. You can change the timer. All right, so CBRS is just sitting here doing nothing. But there are 10 analysts out there that are covering Cerberus. All 10 are super bullish. So if you're looking at CBRS and you say, oh, I'm down right now, you know, this looks bad. My son got stopped out with only a $200 loss instead of a $1,000 loss like it would have been if he had kept holding on to this. Now he's looking to get back in.
Long dated.
Think about, okay, this I only IPO'd back here in the second week of May. It hit the lows. We know there's several people like what's her name, Kathy Woods, that are buying down here. We know that there's 10 Wall Street firms out there that are super bullish. They have price targets up near 240 and 260, I think is. So at some point, this is going to start moving higher. I'd like to have this long-term portfolio. Still a little iffy at this point. Intel's starting to turn up. So let's look at the 1-minute chart on Intel. Okay, it's starting to bounce. Okay, so a lot of people probably got bearish on this one. Okay, you got RSI, got over. Okay, Intel's turning right now. So the 1-minute chart is very strong on Intel right now. Intel right now. One-minute RSI. Bullish. Okay, 1-minute RSI is bullish. Price is rising. Okay, a quick scalp on this. Can we get back? All right, so we got about a $4 move to the upside. $4 move, a 50 delta call, that's going to make you $200 per contract if we make it all the way back. All right, so maybe you don't want to buy Fridays or Thursdays because Friday we're off. Maybe you want to buy July or August, but you buy a 50 delta and see where it goes. Or maybe you buy Thursday's 50 delta. If it makes a nice profit for you, take that money and buy a 50 delta out in July or August. If that makes any sense. All right, watching Intel here. Apple's knocking on $300. Okay, Apple's breaking out. Apple breaking out. Apple. Okay, here goes Apple.
Coming to us live from the sidelines of the G7. Megan, thank you very much. And looking at crude right now, WTI in particular hitting new lows of the day. It's now below $76 a barrel. Energy currently the worst performing sector this month, actually down 7% over the month. And again, looking at crude well below $80 a barrel. That seemed to be a benchmark a lot of people were looking at. Joe, when I come over to you, your view of the energy sector. By the way, Morgan Stanley out with a note today saying they're still bullish on energy stocks.
Apple.
As long as WTI is at about $66 a barrel.
Apple going.
What's interesting about the XLE is a lot of people look at the year-to-date performance, which I'm pulling up as we speak, and it's up 16%. Most people equate that price advance with the war in Iran. If we could show a chart of the XLE since March 1st, it's actually down. Really? So January and February in front of the war is when you got the price appreciation. For those that are, raging bulls as it relates to energy equities, you really have to be somewhat disappointed. Because you had a major
Joe
conflict,
T.
right, in the Middle East.
He is good.
And you didn't get the sustained spike above $100. So I'm not very sure how
Micron
quickly
pulse.
people are going to return to
Shenanigans.
the energy market in the future when you see these types of geopolitical shocks present themselves. The other element that is really interesting about this is the Chinese imports of oil, which were near 13 million barrels per day in December and approached that once again in February and are down about 3.5 million barrels per day on a monthly basis since the war began. So obviously there was strong preparation on the part of the Chinese in building inventories at home and utilizing that as well. Looking forward, the price of oil is below $70
Micron
if
pulse.
you go 12 months
Shenanigans.
out. So I think
Intel
the
pulse.
speculative
Long dated.
view here is that oil is going to continue to move lower.
Yeah, so I have a different take on like being disappointed with respect to XLE being down and particularly post-March. So I actually think it's been an awesome year, at least for the way I invest in energy, which is I've always said a huge part of my portfolio is in midstream. So it doesn't matter, right, if the price of oil goes down or up. So most of my energy stocks that I have now, Enterprise, Plains, they're pretty much flat on the day. But I love what happened this year because, you know, I sold Lyondell, which was really fossil fuel heavy. I got
There goes Apple.
$80 a couple months ago and take advantage of it.
There goes Apple.
Too early. I got out of Williams earlier in the year too, but on these big moves. So if you're savvy with it, you actually had incredible opportunity to take money off the table. One of the things that I wanted to do going into the year was buy Chevron back. But I sold Chevron like 3 years ago at 178. Guess where Chevron is now? It's back to 178. So I might actually get to buy it back. I don't think it's all bad in energy.
By the way, XLE once again pulling back more than 0.5%. Coming up next, options trading for SpaceX blasting off today. We're going to take you live to the Seabowl in Chicago with the very latest. Halftime's back in just 2 minutes.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size. SpaceX.
All right, Apple going.
Long dated.
Apple at the high of the day, getting rejected right near 300. Apple looking good. Okay, what's Intel doing? Intel, we were just talking about Intel. Turning the corner. All right, hasn't followed through yet. Okay, hasn't followed through. Apple doing the best, though. Okay, let's see. CBRS trying to break a bit higher now. CBRS. Okay, CBRS trying to break higher. Can we get above 210? If we can get some shorts to start covering here. I don't know how expensive it is to short CBRS. All right, so we're 50% into yesterday's big bullish day, New York FANG components, okay? We went 50%. Now, if we start to move in the evening session, start to take this back up towards yesterday's high, that'll show you that institutions like the momentum that we started to create yesterday. Stochastics turning up, MACD trying to turn, making shorter histogram bars. Okay. That's what we're watching for. S&P 500. Equal weight made a new high today. S&P equal weight made a new high. while the S&P on the weekly made a new high and retreated a little bit on the weekly. Let's look at the daily. Daily's an inside day, spinning top. As long as we stay above 7,500, we're in positive gamma. Positive gamma. 7,500's down here. Okay, let's see what SpaceX is saying.
Hey Frank, SpaceX options flows are evening out a bit and have slowed just a tad after booming out of the gate this morning. Volume is about neck and neck with NVIDIA trading right now with about 1 million options traded for $1.5 billion in premium, which is more than NVIDIA and Tesla combined, as well as QQQ and SPY. That's because SpaceX options are expensive. Implied volatility is more than 3 times higher than NVIDIA or Tesla, on par more with Micron, which has been the wildest mover in the S&P 500. Calls are still outpacing puts in SpaceX, but the ratio has normalized a bit as the stock takes a breath the past few hours. 8 out of 10 of the top trades by dollar amount are calls. But here's one for the SpaceX bears. The most popular put contract is the 200 strike call expiring Thursday. An $800,000 trade that means SpaceX to drop about 8%. That's if you put a lot of those on. It's $800 per trade, Frank.
All right, Oliver, thank you very much. Oliver Rennick, live from the
Wow.
studio. Coming up here on halftime, final trade. Stay with us.
Okay, we're trying to bottom here. At 7,500, you can see net open interest, non-zero day. This is not 0 day. Non-zero day, 99% is 7,500. Okay, overhead, we get the same conditions, 99 percentile at 7,600. This is longer dated in the future. Okay, this is not 0 day. 0 day, you can see, is a different picture here. We got a little resistance just overhead at 75.55. We talked about that already. Down here at 74.90, there's a 93 percentile, 0 day. Up here, you've got 7,600. There's a 99 percentile. The orange indicating that people are buying calls and are bullish. To the left means that the dealer is short, the market is long. Okay, so going back to GEX. All right, so we're right in the thick of this right here, 0 day. So if we can pop above this 75.60 level, we might have a chance to move in a bit higher. We got to get this hedge flow to turn up. That would tell us that dealers are buying. Dealers are buyers. They should buy. Dealers should buy in a positive gamma environment. They should be buying the dip. Okay, so we know what they're going to do. Okay, Apple's still at the high here. Apple, just off the highs of the day. Apple. Intel, no follow through yet. Okay, Intel. Got excited about Intel. Nothing happened. No follow through. Intel. All right, starting to roll over again. Okay, RSI going to get oversold again before it gets down to the low. Make a higher low, push higher into the evening session. We'll see. Okay, I got to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
Meaning this will become an issue. But if Clarity Act doesn't pass and the OCC does propose it, it's going to be an issue.
Nathan Dean with Bloomberg Intelligence, he's always on in Washington. Make sure that you check out all his recent research, his team's recent research on the terminology.
All right, that does it. Bloomberg Crypto this week. You're going to see that same time, same place next week. Alex Mars up next in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
The end of July. Or the end of humans are over. We see the end is funny, so you really bad time. Others follow the noise. We follow the money. Thanks for walking us through that.
Is it a listen?
Yeah, we got listen to our voices.
Take a listen to our phones. Connect us to what's important. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors. Backed by a team of specialists, your advisor You have a chance to hit the jackpot in 10 minutes. No ads, no scams, no withdrawal limits. You can smoothly access your rewards anytime. Try it now. Right now, if you can't hit the jackpot in 10 minutes of your slots game, delete the app.
Intermediation and benefit that Jenny mentioned earlier, there's clearly this overhang of, continuing drug price pressure.
Okay, Microsoft just rolled over a little bit more. Microsoft.
All right, XLV up about 0.25%. We're going to roll right into final trades. Shannon, might as well kick it off.
Industrials, we talked earlier about AI and the build out. I think if you look at
Intel, Apple, still going. Apple still trending. Notice RSI continues to stay above 50, showing strength of trend is persistent.
Long Robinhood, the markets are on fire. The stock should respond.
Okay.
Okay, Schwab, 14 times earnings, huge earnings growth ahead, down 8% this year, so you've got a really great opportunity to get in. Everything about the environment that we talked about on this show today lends itself to supporting Schwab's business.
Joe, 3 financial names. Spade Street, that's the last one.
I got to leave it there. That's for halftime. The exchange starts right now.
Thank you very much, Frank, and welcome to the exchange.
DoorDash had a big day yesterday. What are they doing today? DoorDash again higher. Big follow through. DoorDash. I'm gonna buy some DoorDash. DoorDash. DoorDash day 2.
So there's your broader backdrop. But let's begin with the stock of the week and maybe the decade. SpaceX. The shares are up another 12, almost 13% today.
DoorDash. All right, let me see what the story is with DoorDash. Okay, we just got oversold. I'm gonna buy some DoorDash. We're a little bit off the low. DoorDash. Let me go out to. I'm gonna go out to January. After the Super Bowl and stuff like that, maybe even February. Let's see. DoorDash. Let me go to January. January options. I'm going to buy a spread. Okay, they don't have much going on here. January, so much for that. Let me see what February looks like. February, DoorDash, March. All right, very few options trading. Also, I'll pass on this idea. Let me see, July, August. Let me see, August. All right, there's a few trades. Low open interest. If you're interested, DoorDash. Okay.
Joining us for our opening exchange is Rohit Kulkarni, an internet analyst at Roth Capital Partners. Rohit, it's great to see you. Is SpaceX sucking the life out of the rest of the markets here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's scarcity value, Kelly. As in, there's only one Starship, one SpaceX, one Starlink, one Musk, and the float is so small. It's everybody chasing that dream, and Musk is providing that dream. So I think there is no fundamental or any valuation kind of argument to be made here. It is just open prayer that's driving the stock.
I will say it makes
Okay, I like DoorDash for the follow through. 175 seems doable. All right, so if they were trading better on the options side, I'd probably buy a spread or something like that. DoorDash, I like it. DoorDash, nice looking setup.
Yeah, I think buying Cursor, I'll get that to that first. As in, it was surprising that they moved so quickly. We knew that that was a deal that they had struck before the IPO. I think Musk has done vertical integration to the extreme, and I think this is as extreme of a vertical integration play that you can think of, where Cursor, to put it more plainly, it is just a OpenAI wrapper or an Anthropic wrapper. They use the models to
Okay, DoorDash, is there any like leveraged DoorDash? DoorDash, no. Dash to US dollar, what is that? I don't know. So IPOs, are there any IPOs out there, convenience type IPOs? You know, Pizza Hut, whatever, Papa John's, DoorDash. Is there anything like that out there? Did anybody know? I don't usually trade DoorDash, but it's been looking good. It looks like it's going to break higher. Last time it broke out of a base, it moved up to 191. 175, 180 seems very doable. RSI is still rising. MACD stochastics pushing higher, coming out of a squeeze.
0 DTE. Call sign.
Only thing left to do is check just need to check short percent. Okay, my son was talking about CBRS. CBRS. I keep typing CRBS. CBRS. I must be dyslexic or something. CBRS coming off the low. Okay. He stopped out of this a $200 loss instead of a $1,000 loss. So I haven't talked to him, but this morning he's looking to get long here. And I think that makes sense. Okay, can we run up here? It's trading right around $17.15, CBRS. SpaceX SPCH, what's that doing? SPCH, that's rising. Okay, that's looking good.
Tesla has been getting a modest bump since the SpaceX IPO. It's up about 1% since Friday. But our next guest sees that changing because he upped his price targets on Tesla prior to the SpaceX IPO and expects the stock to see.
All right, we're at a VWAP again, CBRX.
Let's bring in senior research analyst at Oppenheimer, Colin Rush.
This time of day is when we're looking for B and C pivots. Okay, let's see if CBRS keeps going here.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
Energy storage business, given the effectiveness that they've had in actually helping SpaceX deploy resources for scale of data centers. The second thing that's happened is volatility in the oil market and price increases around oil that were seen prior to the peace agreement in Iran are helping drive EV demand. And so we do think that actually EV sales this year are going to track a little bit better than street expectations. We just raised estimates on our EVs sell through for Tesla as well as the industry. And we're seeing that actually impact some of the cash flow for Tesla. The potential for a quasi-vertically integrated supply chain here for Elon Musk, there is some real benefit to the learning that's happening with some of the AI components
0
to SpaceX
DTE.
migrating
Call
into the
sign.
Tesla platform
Size.
and learning and data from Tesla, particularly with the camera data that they capture.
Clarity that it needs in order to connect military assets to help secure the waterway. Once this deal is signed, and mutual mean, not yet.
This agreement that happened just before the G7 was renewed. It was supported by the different members of the G7. Second, we all want to make it a reality and a lasting reality in the days to come. So it was part of the discussions that are happening actually this morning. And third, yes, as President Macron said, we stand ready to deploy this multinational mission that we've been working on with our UK partners for now a couple of weeks. There was a summit at the Elysee on April 17th that gathered 50 states that are ready to, in a way or another, take part in this freedom of navigation operation. Concretely, it will mean first to have the ability to swipe mines, and second, to have the ability of having some military escorts of civilian ships. Now, the discussions are to see how it can be possible to deploy it if the situations agree on the ground. So that are parts of the discussion, but we stand ready to do it.
What are the biggest roadblocks in those discussions?
First, we have to see how the agreement will unfold. The agreement was electronically signed a few hours before. Now we have to wait for the Friday signature ceremony, which will happen in a few kilometers from here in Switzerland. And so the discussions are to see how the belligerents will take that into account for the future and what do they need to re-establish this freedom of communication, because you know that it's extremely important for us first to have that as soon as possible for the sake of our global economies, but also second, not to have any toll in the future, because this is unacceptable in terms of rise of shipments, but also in terms of precedents that we want to avoid for any future straits in the world.
Well, since you brought up tolling, we did hear from Iranian state media seeming to indicate that after that 60-day extension of the ceasefire, we could see fees imposed later. They're not calling them tolls, but they're saying they would be related to navigational services, insurance services. Is this something that France would be willing to accept these, even if it meant reopening the strait at least?
We're against it. We're against it, so we have to discuss on that. We're against it for two reasons. These straits, they are international waters, so we have to respect international law. Second, it will increase the cost of international shipments, and third, it has to. We have to avoid any precedents for that, because you have many other straits in the world, and in this case, it could create problems in other parts of the world.
What is France's assessment on the timeline that it will take to get the strait reopened?
The discussions are happening now, so it's for us. It has to be as soon as possible to have this decision taking place, and then we'll have concretely how we can help it on the ground, which means indeed minesweeping and also preparing these exports. But there has been a lot of work in the last weeks, a lot of work in terms of military planning to say, okay, which are the different countries that are ready to do it, how they can contribute, which kind of frigates and so on. And for instance, France can deploy quite quickly some frigates, some minesweepers as well, which was other countries just easily, for instance, also, but can also deploy some planes. We have our aircraft carrier, which is in the nearby, in the vicinity, and so as soon as possible, we can, when the decision will be taken, we can be on the ground to arm the
That was a conversation earlier today here on the sidelines of the G7 summit with the spokesperson for France's foreign ministry. And Joe and Keely, we heard from another ally today as well, the German Chancellor Merz, telling reporters within the last hour. And he told President Trump directly that Germany is ready to commit military assets to a naval mission, but he also echoed the same sentiment that the country needs to see some firmer details around this memorandum of understanding before those assets are deployed.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live with Evian Press for the G7 summit. Thank you so much, Tyler, of course, running us through the views of two allies of the United States around this potential memorandum of understanding, or the existing memorandum of understanding.
Zero duty
potentially what
Stop.
is in it. But we have to consider another ally as well, Israel, where President Trump has had some pointed words for Israel and the conduct of the Netanyahu government specifically. And as we mentioned earlier, even going so far as to say today that Israel wouldn't exist without him, that there would be no Israel in his words without me. So for reaction to all of this, we turn now to the former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Michael Oren. Ambassador, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Can we just begin? We'll get to the president's specific comments regarding Israel and with the Israeli view of this memorandum of understanding. As we understand it, I know that there are a lot of details that we aren't firm on to this point. So what does this actually need to look like for Israel to be comfortable with it?
Very loyal users of course, that were very accustomed to that sort of more free type of seating, that now we're seeing a very different type of Southwest, just more like the more legacy players. But I've seen various feedback from those social media users that are just getting used to a new type of Southwest and
I will say this about the airline industry, there's plenty of reasons to be frustrated with them at times, but I can't imagine that there's a lot of like, oh, I had a great experience on XYZ airline. It's got to be a lot of complaining in general when it comes to airlines on social media.
it's sort of the exact same to me as those that take to social media to complain about shipping. I mean, we're rarely going to be
You're not going to praise them like, oh my God, I can't believe you got here on time.
right. Like I mean, we should too. We should spread that positivity. But I have to say that I've, knock on wood, I have a very good track record with not only shipping but also flights. But I'd say that I probably cursed it. So maybe spreading more positive on social media than negative, but it doesn't.
CBRS.
Unfortunately, complain. But we will leave it there for the top of our show today. Now, coming up next, we will stick with our broader tourism discussion. We'll look at some cruise stocks that are
seeing some overall aid from lower fuel costs, which could uplift their earnings. So we'll discuss the charts and the trade setup at both Carnival and Royal Caribbean when next time returns.
SP Exports, long dated.
Apple's still climbing. Apple.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. So again, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. They're gonna make you sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab. Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for the Chart Master. We are looking at two of our pre-stocks names, both with some love today from Citigroup. Joining us to look at the technicals in both Royal Caribbean as well as Carnival is Rick Ducat, our Chart Master. And so, Rick, let's start off with Royal Caribbean. That actually is looking pretty solid, all things considered, and getting obviously some degree of a nod from Citi with lower fuel costs, which could only aid, the entire space right now.
Yeah, cruise ships
SP
just in
exports,
general use a
long dated.
staggering amount of
Zero
fuel.
DTE,
This
coal
use of lower oil
Stop.
prices seems to be a tailwind potentially for this type of company. When we do consider this chart more specifically, we hit lows near 232.10. From that point, you could have formed this upward sloping.
There goes Apple. Above 300. Dealers will be covering.
Potential support and resistance based on our prior price activity. When we think about our horizontal levels in question here, there's a couple
Zero
of areas that
DTE,
stand out.
coal
First, we have
Stop.
this series of short-term highs that we established right around 321. We haven't quite tested that area just yet here, so that's one area to watch out for going forward. Also, right here around 350, 351 or so, that's around where we hit some highs after the earnings event that we saw from January, late January, forming those peaks. To the downside, meanwhile, we have our gap level here between about 295 to 308. That's our gap boundaries. Oftentimes, traders keep track of these notable gaps because they can come back into prominence down the road as potential support or resistance. We also had another small gap here. So we had our pre-gap lows and then our post-gap highs right around the 306 level. So 306 to 308 gives us a smaller supportive zone potentially potentially to watch out for in the coming days. When we do consider our moving averages that we follow, in this case, we can see that our short-term EMA, our 5-day weekly in dark blue, comes in just shy of 302. The other ones that we follow are mostly clustered together around the high 270s, low 280s. They are starting to improve, though. The faster ones are starting to diverge away from the slower ones. So there's some signs of general trend improvement here. We can also see RSI, our measure of momentum, making new relative highs above its previous peaks and also enjoying its own upward trend line here. We are comfortably above that 50 midline and approaching the 70 level, which represents the overbought area.
All right, so here is Apple. You can see calls are being bought. It's above the 300 call wall, so we know what dealers are going to do.
Trading area of all our thick red line there, coming in near about 280, 240. Now we're also crossing above another smaller node here between about 308 to 3.
Above the call wall, and you know what the dealers are going to do.
Again, an even smaller node between about 325 to 330. So from a volume standpoint, from a trading activity perspective,
Above 300.
areas that stand out.
Yeah, and obviously getting a nice lift today, which is only continuing to show its outperformance, at least on a year-to-date basis, versus some of the other cruise operators that are publicly traded, of course. So now, as we do think through trading this name, for example, purposes, Alex, leaning into, I mean, a fairly bullish stance just based on what was a pretty optimistic note today.
Yeah, and I've said this a few times. These travel names, whether it's airlines, whether it's the cruise operators, they are a long-only equity way at the moment to express bearishness on oil and positivity, perhaps on geopolitical events. So I got a bullish example here going with that move that we're seeing today in Royal Caribbean. It's a call calendar spread looking for a move towards 350. If you get that, this is a strategy that would benefit. So risk profile is a mountaintop-like risk profile.
Okay, looking good, Apple.
On this, that means you have $100 as a max loss. It is the July 2nd, July 10th 350 call calendar. So looking for a move towards that resistance point. Be a big move, but perhaps you could get that in that time, which is a little bit over a few weeks here from now. So it's not this week, not next. It's rather the following week that these expire. These short options would expire, and then of course buying the following week. Again, a $1 debit. You got $100 in risk. We say this every time, though, Jenny. With this style of trading, this strategy. It's very customizable, but precision of that strike selection is most important. You can see there's risk to the upside as well. So,
What's Money Magic have for the call wall? Apple out call wall? Apple.
in that time frame and select your strike.
And I think a good way to play
Apple, there you go.
the upside we're seeing across the board.
300, 315.
Shift gears into Carnival. Carnival, I will say, actually is performing a bit better on a more long-term, like a yearly basis, but it just flipped slightly positive now on a year-to-date basis.
Looks good.
Yeah, so when we look at this one, kind of some similar factors at play here and similar trajectory with some notable differences. First, where we began our rally, in this case, was not the 52-week lows. Those took place almost a year ago, actually, here. So from there, we came in and formed an upward sloping trend line. You could have drawn another boundary line here, but it wouldn't have really created this channel type shape. Rather, it would have given us the lows that we've established during the past couple sessions here. But just kind of ignoring that for now, we can see that the gap level at which we formed our low before it gapped down back in March, that's around where we've topped out today near 3120 or so. The gap
Okay, looks good, Apple.
came in right around 2980. We had an intraday test above that level that faltered. We have not really come closed in on that level yet here after our more significant gap up recently. So that remains a downside level to be on the lookout for. The more recent gap that we formed comes in here near 2920. So again, kind of a supportive zone
Dealers.
here going forward. We also had this high point near 28. We had a
All
breakdown
right, we're
here.
going
Then that was
here.
repeated
Looks good, Apple.
we eventually had our
Apple looks good.
then it was our low point. So the old resistance became new new support in this case. One other longer term trend to consider is from our highs near 34. We established subsequent highs trending downward here. We have broken above those pretty convincingly at this point here. So there does seem to have been that
Zero
metric, a
DTE,
trend
call
change.
sign.
So
Size.
now to consider our moving average. It's a pretty similar picture to our last chart here. We have our 5-day EMA in dark blue coming in near 2940. That represents 1 week for our exponential moving average. In this case, the trend also does seem to be moving to the upside here. The next
All right, still looking for the S&P to bounce a bit.
near 2775. All three of the other moving averages come in between 27 to 28. So that presents us with
Nvidia
another
Pulse,
confluence to
long
consider.
dated,
Apple,
deep calls.
300 level.
Zero DTE, call sign. Size.
Side, approaching that 70 threshold once more here, coming in at 6610. So a push above that level. If
300 call wall, coordinates.
highs would be noteworthy as a further bullish confirmation for the crowd that's more interested in the upside. So now when we consider volume profile in this case, we can see that we had our
Apple.
significant node here between roughly 28 to 29 or so. We have a bit of a thinning out of the trading activity until we get to this node here that comes in between about 31 to 32. We have not quite made our way to that particular spike just yet, but that would represent another potential slowdown area to consider here. If we were to start to cross above that level, things thin out pretty dramatically beyond that 32 level. So you could see fast moving prices in that area. If we were to retreat somewhat here, that point of control comes in at 2882. So that would be another noteworthy supportive area, kind of lining up with the upper end.
Zero DTE, call sign.
Okay, yeah, and again, making a nice move today. Actually, seeing some more significant upside in Carnival shares today, up 2.5% roughly on the day. But appreciate it too, Rick Ducat, for all of that technical setup here. And now, as we do approach trading Carnival for example purposes, of course, we have earnings next week. I believe it's next Tuesday before the market opens. We have that event to still actually look forward to. But again, leaning into more of this a neutral to bullish sentiment for an example trade.
Exactly. And so this trade would actually look well beyond that event, but of course that event would have an impact on this strategy. But it goes out to the July monthly expiration, which is July 17th, and it looks at selling the 3027 put vertical below the market, looking to collect $1. If you can collect $1, it creates that 2-to-1 risk reward. You risk 200 with a chance to make 100 on that 29 break even. Elongated Z.
All right, looks good.
But when you start thinking about portfolio construction, how these trades could work together.
All right, what is CBRS doing? All right, nice little move there, CBRS. Antoine, he got back in. Good boy. Good boy.
Risk-defined strategy does go through that earnings event, but this one has closer to a month in time for this neutral to bullish credit receiving strategy.
CRBS.
So a bit of time, like you said, some duration on the back of this, and also again,
CBRS. I keep saying CRBS.
the cruise lines don't report until the first week of August, I believe, so some time there. We'll leave it there though for Chartmaster today. Coming up next, we will look at Qualcomm as we are seeing the company show this renewed interest in pushing deeper into AI with potentially a new product roadmap. We'll discuss what that means for, unfortunately, the laggard of a lot of these semiconductor names. Shares are now down about 0.6% here on the session.
All right, there goes CBRS. Ripping now. Okay. Looking good. CBRS is going.
And connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs.
There it goes. There it goes. CBRS is ripping here. All right. Looking good. Giddy up. All right. Looking good. Buy those dips, sell those rips. Okay, so if we look at CBRS, you can see wicks down here in this area. Lots of wicks. Dips keep getting bought. Yes, it's a little bit lower, but look at the wicks. They keep buying the low. Some of that's short covering, of course. But once this finds a base and starts to go, it'll probably be too late at that point. This is probably going to jump 20, 30 points pretty quickly. Might even do it right now. CBRS. Let me see if he bought any. Let me check his Robinhood account.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. It started with nothing.
What is it with this boy?
After he passed away, the torch has been passed.
Tell him not to buy a lot, and he does it anyway.
Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations.
All right. It is what it is. All right, CBRS, CBRX, these working pretty well.
Further, and I mean, thank goodness, because we have seen some disappointment, really, when you look at the broader semiconductor space, frankly.
Yeah, haven't really taken off. I mean, not that it hasn't taken off. Obviously, we've seen plenty there, but the price action of late has been pretty wide here. I mean, I'm looking at like a $60 plus $65 spread over the last 6 weeks or so, and that's pretty volatile since it broke out. But you know, if nothing else, conveniently, we look at it on a long-term basis. That breakout was substantial. I mean, that really validated the new level of long-range support. So I think it's pretty an interesting development from the chart standpoint.
Yeah, and market was shattered. So I think it was the information reported that they might be out there shopping for a company called Torrent. And my understanding is this is a company that is like a direct competitor to NVIDIA. So to Jenny's point, it might sound like that this Qualcomm is trying to expand beyond this sort of more niche role that it's filled in semiconductors.
I think that's a valid point. I mean, I also think
All right, CBRS on the move here, looking good.
So looking downstream a little bit, that does make some sense to me as well. So
All right, Microsoft still making lows there. Microsoft not working.
moving out of the leaders in the space and expanding into other areas makes a lot of sense to me as well.
Yeah, now we also have their investor day on June 24th. They are expected to at least give some clarity on this identity of a major customer for these custom data center chips, and there will be more details on, I think, further their AI chip plans and ambitions. But I mean, analysts seem pretty optimistic. I saw a pretty positive note from JP Morgan highlighting that they could announce more than $3 billion worth of these data center revenues now in fiscal 2027, which feels like an awfully long ways away. But still, technically speaking, I will say I was a bit downtrodden on Qualcomm. We are still at 48% this year. We pulled back, I mean, almost 60% from highs, but I mean, a healthy 80% from lows. And so what do you make of the recent technical landscape?
Well, I feel like we traders, we want to see it run in perpetuity, right? That's our process. We want to see a consistent move of higher highs and higher lows. And granted, this has been absolutely fine for the last 6-8 weeks or so, but it's been up and then we go back.
Oh boy.
Nothing else. We have a range clearly established here. That's what I'm watching, really. 190 up to 250. It's a pretty big range. Now, the opportunity for more obviously comes with moves to new highs. So if we can clear 250 with any confidence or conviction whatsoever, that would be significant. I mean, we only got up to 250 based on the conversation about around ByteDance and Qualcomm's focus on AI focused data centers. Excuse me. So moving through that 250, following that headline.
Apple's above that 300 call wall. You know what happens when they get up here? They start to cover. The dealers are going to be buying. Dealers will be buying shares. All right.
Okay, I'm glad you bring up that 190 because look, remember, I go back to it. They called it the Series 7 back when I took it. Maybe they call it something else now. I hear SIE or I don't know. But this looks like a head and shoulders pattern that's trying to build itself out with that 190 level being pretty important. If we see a retest there and a break, is that kind of textbook of a topping pattern, or am I seeing things here?
I wouldn't say you're seeing things because technical analysis is always in the eye of the beholder, eye of the trader, right? It's an art, not a science. I think it's a
Okay, Apple. Need to see a follow through. Apple. Keep going, Apple.
but a weekly chart really highlights the move that we've made of late. And that's why 190 is so important to us. And yes, it is an area of import for a multitude of reasons, but a couple of things that stand out on the daily chart for me. I see the volume down below, substantial volume since we broke.
Okay, looks like we're trying to turn here. It's 1:35 on the East Coast, the best coast to coast with the most. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, June 16th. We're watching for hedge flows to start turning up and trending. We got some negative gamma highlighted over here on the right towards the end of the day. Starts to build up a little bit. We're right inside of this positive gamma, so it's kind of sticky right here. Do we get dealers to cover and push it back up? Push it back up. Last close was up here at 75.55. There was a 99 percentile there. It's not any longer. Apple's still pushing. Apple looking for that to pop to the upside. Apple. Apple. All right, we're in the money. Those 300s that we have, we've been in for a while. Since May. Those are finally doing well. CBRX is moving higher. Okay, SpaceX is fading.
So I built a 200 to 175 foot vertical risk-defined trade. The thought being, if it breaks down under 190, I'm going to get put into the shares, which would not be a trader wanting exposure at that level, get paid. But the opportunity here is short-term in nature. You'll notice I'm using just the July 10s. So I wanted something with a window of time that would allow for decay of the contract. Of course, when we're selling puts like this, we have to be willing to take on that stock. That has to be part of our process. But if you're also looking to capitalize on the value of the contract, you sell it with a high IV, and if IV comes back into reality to any extent, we'll see the decay come in the form of that contract over this type of window of time.
Yeah, I think well put here is we are still seeing, a healthy trend above at least its 250-day moving average, also 40% over the last 52 weeks. So it's a 12-month spread. It's not like we've been lagging by any means as I was putting it. I'm just getting used to looking at something like the memory stocks, which are just on a tear. But so appreciate all your thoughts today, and of course, bringing us some ways to, of course, trade Qualcomm for example purposes. Kevin Horner, so appreciate it. But coming up next, today does kick off the Fed's two-day meeting. And we'll discuss what Kevin Warsh is already signaling and what to expect from inflation and growth expectations for the back half of this year. So more on this when Next Gen returns.
All right, Apple pulling back in a little bit. All right, we're not going to go straight up. Does look good, though. Kind of sticky right around this 300 call wall, put wall for Money Magic levels. He's got 315 above. All right, so pulling back in. Pretty bullish day today. We broke above some pivots late last week and yesterday. Pivot highs, we broke above that. Okay, so that looks good, Apple. Momentum is clearly bullish. We're looking for more upside. MACD's turning, so maybe tomorrow we can touch the 21-day. Be a lot to ask for, but if the shorts cover, that would be fuel. As long as we stay up here, of course.
Your smile, Carl. Yep, your number one broker's here to welcome a new little dependent. Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up for college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies. Schwab helps me generate retirement income. All this Schwab is everything you need. It's making me cranky.
Does somebody need a match?
Invest your way with Schwab.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Morning movers bring traders the biggest headlines to start the day.
Okay. So a little bit of profit take. Amazon got whacked, knocked back down. Chart looked really good this morning. Amazon. Intel looked like it was going to turn up. Failed so far. Apple hanging on to that 300 strike. Okay. Apple. All right, this is Apple. 300. Hedge wall 275 or above 275. We've got calls being bought, puts being sold. As the blue line rises, puts are being sold. That's creating positive gamma. So we know that dips are going to get bought. So we're having a dip right here, a little dip right here.
Meaningfully lower, and it's still going to be above the Fed's 2% target by year end. So I think going to neutral stance makes sense. They can wait and see how the data play out. And I think they're probably on hold for the entirety of this year. It doesn't mean necessarily, though, that the next move will be a rate hike. It just means they can be in a wait and see mode.
Kathy, one of the things that has really emerged in, kind of the recent decades under the Fed is a willingness to kind of create market volatility through the jawboning and adjusting expectations through words and what they give us, and less so from the decisions themselves as they're sort of telegraphed. If Warsh does do some of the things to reduce guidance, maybe get rid of the dot plots and things like that, does that increase market volatility in your mind, or does it just shift when it happens?
It's a great question. And there's no doubt.
All right, futures back down to the low here.
And we don't know exactly what form that will take. In fact, ironically, we'll be waiting for his communication at the press conference to get some insight as to where he's going on that front. But yeah, he wants to go back to more of a Greenspan era where, say less, do more behind the scenes, and let the markets kind of figure it out themselves. And as you said, rightfully so, there could be more increased volatility. Always hard to say though, in that respect. But if there is more volatility, by nature that means a little bit more restrictive monetary policy than otherwise would be. But
Watching Apple.
I think it could go either way, right? The markets could lean one way, and the Fed is thinking something else, right? So more volatility, but I think it's unclear how much it really restricts monetary policy. I think what it does at the end of the day is probably just give a little bit more flexibility for the Fed.
Okay, so your view is that inflation likely peaked in May, stays above the Fed's 2% target. So does that really still leave the Fed comfortably enough room on hold safe through the end of this year?
I think so. I think what they'll look through the increase in energy prices in the Middle East. I think they'll even look through a little bit of the upward pressure we're seeing from AI spending, data centers, software, the products as well. And I think look at the underlying inflation picture, and it's easy, not fast enough to necessarily green light a rate cut. Now, Fed Chair Warsh may be trying to push for easier policy later in the year, but he has to convince the other, 11 voters on the Federal Open Market Committee to go along with him. That could take a little bit of time to play out. So I think for now, they're, they stand steady, wait for inflation to come down, and I would suspect that maybe next year is when they could start to cut rates a bit.
Okay, so one of the big things is going to be, hey, this is the first time we hear from Kevin Warsh as the Fed chair when we hear from him tomorrow. From your standpoint, we sort of play Fed bingo. Are you expecting any type of fireworks, some of these big overhauls to be, kind of laid out and mentioned tomorrow? Or is this something that, assuming it even happens at all, is something that's sort of slowly, methodically adjusted under his stewardship?
Well, I don't think we know at this point. I guess in terms of what I expect, I think he'll introduce some changes and give us guidance of where maybe he's thinking in terms of so-called regime change. But I don't think.
Come on, Apple. You can do it. You can do it. Dealers are fighting with this 300 level. Traders are trying to stick it above.
I'm in favor of communicating less, and therefore today's press conference will be a little shorter than usual. So I think it will take time to really get the full extent of where he's going, but I think we'll get some flavor and some insight.
Okay, so between, say, shelter costs, energy volatility, and a still fairly resilient economy, what do you see as perhaps the biggest risks that could force the Fed to stay higher for longer?
Yeah, I mean, I think the economy's been quite solid here. Despite gasoline prices going much higher and other commodity prices, we see, growth in the second quarter still coming in around 2%, maybe a little lower in the third quarter, but overall, the consumer keeps spending. AI capital expenditures are still feeding the overall economy. And importantly, the labor market still looks quite sturdy to us. So all of that, supportive of economic growth. I think, what is the Fed on alert for? Well, they're looking for, anything where maybe there's a surprise pullback. Like for some reason, I think what would be really important.
Okay. S&P is still stuck down here.
Earlier this year and last year,
Still stuck.
Because they're worried about the labor market. We've actually seen 3 months of an acceleration. So I think right now it looks like the economy's in good state.
Inside day for now.
Especially if gasoline prices.
Not too bad. Not too bad. I mean, it could be worse. You can see the calls being sold on Apple at the high. Okay. We got negative gamma overhead. We got a little positive gamma. We're trying to get this to turn back up. Maybe we charm. Let's enable charm here. See where this might, where it might pin. Okay. Maybe right up in this area, 75.50. That's where we closed yesterday, 75.55. So maybe we moved right up into this area, 75.55. 75.55. Right up in here. 75.55. Yeah, can we get a pin right here? Doji. Let's see if we can get a tight doji. DoorDash, looking good. DoorDash. Apple doing well. Apple turning the corner. It's possible that we hit the 21-day, get rejected tomorrow. It's even possible that we pull back again and stay in this little box. Apple. So if we stay below 300, we really need to see this follow through. RXT, Mondo mentioned RXT this morning. RXT. Okay. Nice gap up today. RXT. Bollinger Bands are tight and trying to take out the highs. RXT. They got to deal with who? AMD. RXT. SPCT. A little respect. AMD partnership enables 30 megawatts AI compute deployment. Is that what that? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so that was a nice gap up this morning. RXT. RXT. Okay, so we got an intraday pullback. Okay, RXT. If you like RXT, Mondo mentioned it this morning when it gapped up. He was already in it. I don't have a position currently. Volume looks good. MACD stochastic should follow through, I would think. RXT. Okay, so 1 minute looks good.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are. I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m.
Okay, RXT. Coming off the lows, was higher earlier. Let's see if it can't close near 7. The RXT August 7 calls are pretty cheap.
Getting a bit ahead of the fundamentals. So joining us now is George Chillis, senior markets correspondent for the network. So George, walk us through this move today. I mean, hey, we've been up for pretty solid, around 8.5 to 10% throughout the majority of today's session.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, if you look at Rackspace, first off, this is a technology company that's been around quite some time. It's actually a multi-cloud service provider.
RXT. I filled a few at $1.65. Okay, it's offered at $1.75. Put in a low bid. Maybe you get a better entry, or at least get similar. Okay. RXT starting to turn.
CPU and GPU architecture, because AMD has really been expanding their footprint in the data center space, competing with the likes of NVIDIA, the GPU cluster nodes, as well as the inference demand that we've seen, creating a huge, compelling story for CPUs. And it's not just AMD and Intel.
Okay, Apple. Money Magic's got call walls much higher. Mm-hmm. 315, 320.
This is going to accelerate their sales quite a bit. The other thing is, if you look at the earnings profile for the business, they have been losing money for quite some time. And in fact, even though the stock is up about 400% in the last 52 weeks.
Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA turned.
It's actually down about 65%.
Shorts covering. Intel turning up finally again. All right, there goes RXT, SPCT. That's what it means to me, RXT.
Yeah, George, one might think an AMD signature for them also does a lot in the credibility space as well. At the exact time that we're watching a lot of capital kind of shift away from SaaS into infrastructure as a service, which I think we've largely thought of that as sort of these neo cloud players, but I think we can comfortably put Rackspace and what it's doing with this on cloud premise stuff and these build outs in that space as well. I want your thoughts on that. credibility on one side, but also a pretty important space right now in terms of what investors are looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think across applications and, of course, infrastructure, software infrastructure, these companies provide services that are...
Okay, Intel turning up. Let's see if Intel can get a move on. Intel coming off the low. There you go. Intel with a little more than 2 hours and 5 minutes to go. Intel turning. Okay, RSI ripping back above 70. Looks like the strength is returning. Cerebras breaking higher. Cerebras. Okay, so my son did buy the low. Good for him. Cerebras, he bought CBRX. The 2-time long Cerebras. Let's see what that looks like. CRBS. CBRS. Man, I cannot get this in my head. What am I, like dyslexic? I know I'm not dyslexic, but I keep saying that. All right, so looking pretty good. Coming off the low. The thing to watch here is that the wicks keep showing up. They keep showing up at the lows. Cerebras. This company is going to be worth so much in the future. It's like short term, yeah, everybody's a little nervous about it. It keeps pulling back. I'm building a position down here, looking to hold on to this for at least as long as Oracle, maybe. Of course, I reserve the right to reassess it if they stumble or they trip over their own feet, but I don't think that's going to happen. So if all 10 analysts that follow this stock are bullish and have higher targets, 260, 280, 300, I would like to build a base, build a position down here. There goes the S&P. S&P is starting to rock and roll. Okay, we're getting the hedge flows to turn up. Okay, we got a little bottom turn here. Okay, bottom turn. It's looking good. Okay. Hedge flows turning. Hedge flows are turning. Oh, that's charm. I don't want that. I want gamma. Ramadama gamma. Okay. Turn it. Turn it back up. Turn it. Turn it. Turn. 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 Turn.
Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get there with Schwab Bank Investor Checking. The checking.
All right, we're starting to turn here. S&P turning.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
All right, Apple. Looks like we might need another day for Apple, but it's definitely got stuck to the highs. Very bullish day today for Apple, so we'd like to see a follow through tomorrow. Bitcoin's holding inside of the upper 25% of yesterday's price action. Like to see that turn back up. Bitcoin.
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for over 25 years. They were just houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Hey, Dad. I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Watch List. I'm Sam Barnes, sitting in for Nicole Pedalides today. It's 2 p.m. here at the New York Stock Exchange. Here is what is coming up on today's show. In our Tech Spotlight, we'll take a look at Apple's performance lately and put its supply chain in focus.
Okay, Qs. Looking for the Qs to break a bit higher. Qs would help out, right? Qs. 710. Okay, we're right about 735. The put wall holding price action Qs, the put wall 735, 740. If we get back above 740, that would be nice. Okay, Cerebras, looking for that to continue. I tell you what, I'm not a big basketball fan, but I've been watching the highlights from the Knicks Spurs. Wow. Some really good play. The Knicks, was it 53 years? So tomorrow we got Warsh. Looking forward to Warsh. He wants lower yields, so. Well, they really got into Wembanyama's head.
Right now, and the conversation I've been hearing and having with different strategists.
Okay, RXT. We're heading back up now. RXT. Okay, let's see if this closes at the high of the day. That'd be awesome. And follows through tomorrow. The August 7 calls was $1.65, $1.70, somewhere around there.
Most of the sectors in the S&P 500, I know we've got the heat map up right now, are actually in the green. We're just under some pressure there, obviously, because of the weighting of information technology. It's a heavier weighting. When you have a heavy weight, it's kind of like the Mike Tyson of the sector. It puts some pressure across the sector there. But I was having a conversation with Tom Hayes of Great Hill Capital earlier.
What I find funny with the professional basketball, I thought if you step 3 times without dribbling, that's traveling. I mean, these guys will take 4, 5, 6 steps going to the basket in the paint. It's crazy. Looking out the corner of my eye. All right, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA perking up a bit. All right, so the chips catching a bid. All right, so here's the 1 minute chart. Check out the 1 minute chart on some of these like NVIDIA. This is a really good setup, okay? So you see what it is, bullish on the daily, 50 days up and to the right. Okay, we did pull back a little. Oops, you don't see what I'm looking at here. All right, so the 50 days up and to the right, price action moved above, comes back today. Buyers step up. Stochastics is turning. This is perfect. You look for the dip to get bought. It should close in the upper half of the daily range. You get oversold here at 12. I missed this entry over here, 12.30, but look where it is now. Okay, it's on the move. $1. Can you get $2 upside if you put a stop underneath 209? Can you get 211 out of this? Maybe. Maybe, baby. Okay. 212. NVIDIA. Got a feeling these stocks are going to catch a bid soon. The shorts seem like they're in control today. S&P 500. Okay, we're right there. The lower part of that gap is right there. NVIDIA, Apple. Apple back below the 300 call wall. Okay. Cerebras, CBRS. Okay, that's up at 214 off the lows. $10 off the low. $11 off the low. That looks good. They keep showing up. The wicks keep building on this one. So buying the dip is working. So if that's all you do, if you buy the dips intraday, you wait for it to get oversold with the RSI oversold. The last 3 days, 4 days, 5, 6 days, 7, 8 days. Every time it pulls back, they buy it 9 days in a row. It hits the low, turns back up. So you just got to wait for RSI to get oversold. I mean, you could just do one stock. Just wait patiently. All right, S&P. Do we bring it back to VWAP? At least salvage some of this today. Hedge flows trying to turn up. Got a lot of sticky positive gamma right in here, right in this area, S&P. NVIDIA. NVIDIA turning up. Okay, there we go. NVIDIA turning up. NVIDIA. What's Intel doing? Intel's trying to do it too. Intel's trying to do it. All the chips are getting bought. End of day. Intel less momentum. NVIDIA better. Marvell. Okay, Micron. All of these are showing the same thing. Buying at the low today. STX, Seagate, Western Digital, top of the list. Take Two snuck up to the number 2 part of the NASDAQ 100. Take Two, big change in direction. Take Two.
It's his debut, essentially. He is inheriting an economy that still has some conflicting signals when we think about where inflation is. The direction of inflation obviously looks better when we think about oil prices right now, right? We're coming down on WTI, on Brent crude. We're below $76 on WTI, below 79 on Brent.
Excuse me. OBAI breaking out. Okay, maybe that one keeps going. Okay, what do they do? OBAI. Seems obvious. OBAI. Our bond? Is that what it says? Our bond? OBAI. What do they do, Mondo? Our Bond Inc. It's like a bond company? Like bail bonds? What do they do? OBAI. OBAI. Look at the volume. Holy shit.
A little bit of relief and a little bit of headroom and wiggle room for now to come out tomorrow, and let's see what they do. But yes, dropping the easing bias, I think, is first and foremost what we're likely to see, as well as a hold on those rates as well. Diane, thank you so much. Thank you as well. There's Diane King Hall there joining us for a quick look at the markets and a preview of the FOMC coming up. Well, Spotlight Tech getting them and where Apple currently stands off the tech giants and looking at supply chain. And still to come, big move. John White will join us with real options trade for American Airlines, SpaceX, and CoreWeave. So much more.
Are they like a SPAC or something? All right, so RXT, Wraith, Rackspace, inking a deal with AMD. This is turning up, looks good. Okay, so break above 770 should do it. Looks like it's going to volume, MACD, stochastics, everything turning up. I'd like to see it above 10. Not saying that that's the threshold for institutions, but I'd like to see this above 10. Rackspace, maybe they'd be more interested. Okay, let me see. RXT. Okay, Intel. Intel trying to turn a corner here. Intel. Big gap down today. Still in this. Came back down and tested this channel. Okay, did we break higher tomorrow? Up 220% from that $40, $36 to $40 level earlier in the year.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Okay, Intel. Let's see. Apple still pulling back a bit. Apple was above the 300 level, pulled back a little bit. Looks like it's going to take more time to get through here, but a nice bullish action today.
Some thinks Palantir has the best product market fit of any enterprise software company in the market today, with the largest and fastest growth rates in the industry. Palantir is up 5% this week, but down 20% so far in 2026, currently trading down 2.7%. Right now, as you can see, it's come off a tough year, along with some other cybersecurity stocks that have been caught up in some of the AI disruption fears, despite the fact that there are a lot of tech bulls who like these stocks, and their earnings actually showed some pretty strong results as well. Let's broaden out the tech conversation, go deeper on Apple in our tech spotlight for today. Joining us now is Ali Mogharabi, who's the equity analyst with Zen Capital.
Okay, Google turning back up now. Google, maybe we'll get an end of day run in Google. It's been looking good. There goes Google turning the corner. Google turning. 1 minute chart.
Upside in revenue are you modeling as far as what it could have captured from some of that demand?
Oh, I mean, that top line growth could have actually been much higher.
Yeah, it was 95 2 days in a row here. 95 to 96.
And it could have been up at least 200 to 250 bips more. So it is the
All right, I don't know what it is right now, but it was pretty chilly. Not chilly, but cold earlier. Let's see what the weather is here. Midday. Currently 80, yeah. It was like 70 this morning.
demand remains very, very strong. If it wasn't for supply chain bottleneck to a certain extent, these guys' numbers would have been much, much better.
How much margin pressure are you modeling right now from some of the memory inflation?
I would say probably between 50 to 100.
Okay, Google turning up.
So,
Okay, Google, we need to adjust our high of the day now. Google high of the day. Right there. Okay, a close about 370 would be excellent for Google. For the follow through.
where Apple is actually well positioned to handle pretty well, I should say, where they can pass the costs, the additional costs to the consumers. And as you know, Apple is a high-end, they create the high-end phones, or I should say high-end devices of all kinds. And
Sitting on the 200.
So Apple is in a pretty unique position compared to some of its competitors.
So you think Apple can raise prices without affecting that demand?
Apple could raise prices.
Demand.
There's a certain limit to how much it can raise prices, but they are positioned to actually raise prices if they need to.
Okay, RXTCT. Tell me what it means to me. REXT. All right, Rackspace looking good. 60-minute trending. All right, this is exactly what you want to see. The trending 20 EMA on the 60-minute.
Depending on where they come in, I mean, if it's going to last a very long time, then they might actually decide to pass the cost to the consumer. If not, they could wait for it for another couple of quarters or a few quarters, and then hope that the memory costs actually come down again.
Let's talk about some of its suppliers. You like that company. Why are you looking at that as one of the sort of Apple ecosystem beneficiaries right now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they basically they designed the architecture for Apple's chips, the chips utilized in, for example, their MacBooks and so forth. So it's the CPUs, and so they license that to Apple, and obviously they get paid a royalty once those chips are actually shipped within the devices. So and that royalty is very, very attractive. They're gaining momentum, and a big chunk of that royalty revenues drops straight to the bottom line. So there is.
All right, watch the CBRS for another higher low, higher high.
Margins, obviously, operating leverage is out there for these guys, and on top of that, it's not just Apple. NVIDIA. I mean, if you want to talk about it on the AI front, NVIDIA's Vera is actually utilizing.
Okay.
So ARM, we think, is very well positioned.
Google. All right, Google turning. It looks really good, right? Google.
Not necessarily shifted.
Mm-hmm.
More focus onto CPUs rather than ASICs or GPUs. So ARM is certainly in our opinion, going to benefit from that.
How much of its future growth is tied to obviously Apple
versus, say, the broader AI data center market for ARM?
Yeah, good question. We think most of it's, not most of it, but a big chunk of its future growth on the top and the bottom line in terms of margin expansion is more dependent on the expansion of all of those AI infrastructures, which require not only more GPUs, more racks, but also obviously more CPUs.
Just thinking about TSMC, I mean, obviously Apple is one of those with a preferred customer status, and that has worked very well for these companies. I mean, how sustainable is that, and how are you thinking about that exposure to TSMC, given the supply constraints, given the strategy and the positioning of the U.S. government and policy towards what is happening in Taiwan versus expanding U.S. manufacturing here?
Yeah, Sam, good questions. I would say let's just first start on the last part of it, whether when it comes to geopolitical factors and some of the other things. There's a lot of uncertainty regarding that. So we try not to necessarily make concrete assumptions on that front. However, when it comes to TSMC, we think that Apple is going to continue
Okay, nice little rally through there. If we can just get the S&P to close a bit higher, that would be a good way to finish the day. Obviously, we're down after a big move yesterday. We weren't expecting a whole lot of downside or upside for that matter today. Our hedge flow is trying to turn up. Very sticky in this area, this purple, all this up in here. S&P.
Demand has not weakened for Apple. So if TSMC was able to actually produce more, then certainly, as we talked about it in the beginning, Apple's revenue, especially off of those iPhones, would have been much higher in the most recent quarter that they reported.
Apple's still fading.
That's interesting. I didn't know that 25% of its revenue mix coming from
Meta turning back up.
very interesting. Ali, we have to wrap it up there, but really useful insight. Thanks so much.
Okay, with Meta turning back up, maybe there's something here on Meta. Okay, it's been consolidating at the 10 EMA on the 60-minute most of the day. Looking for it to turn back up. Shorts cover, maybe get back above 600. Meta. We'll keep an eye on S&P though.
Morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live that breaks down the macro moves that's driving the price action from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Sometimes you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flows daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network and schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want
All right, S&P. What are we going to do here? Google. All right, Google's still looking pretty good. CBRS is turning up. Looks like it might make a little run here. If we close bullish on the day, maybe create a bullish engulfing candle, this could be a sign for, what's today, Tuesday? Wednesday, Thursday. A sign for Wednesday, Thursday bullish action. Okay, so depending on what CBRS does here in the next hour, could set up a good two-day trade on I'll move back up to the highs. There goes Meta. Meta ripping here now. Meta coming back off the low. So if you catch these 1 minute charts, if you catch these 1 minute charts when they're coming off the low, okay, you get a good little setup here. Okay, that's a $2 move there. Can we see some more upside? Yeah, we can get back to the high of the day, right? 604. All right, that's $6 right there. All right, that's $300 for a 50 delta call. If it makes it all the way there. Okay, Meta, can we do it? Can we do it, Meta? Meta looks like it wants to go. Okay, let me, you know what? I don't hear anything from our voice pulse. What's going on here? I think it gets quiet. Oh, do I have my mute on? Dummy.
Right now that there's a lot of different disputes coming up with it. It's made it a pretty far away. It was supposed to pass at the beginning of the year, but then there was one provision.
Okay, there goes Microsoft now. Microsoft end of day. Okay, here we go. Microsoft. Microsoft looks ugly chart. Ugly chart, Microsoft. Needs to get back above the 50-day. For now, they're fighting with the bears.
Zero DTE.
All right, there we go.
Call size.
I don't see why we cannot come to a compromise. I think this is a huge part of the president's agenda.
Zero DTE. Call
Time
size.
has been invested
Size.
from both parties for this bipartisan bill to get across the line. I wouldn't say July 4th as the end all.
Microsoft.
Long
Deadline,
dated.
even though that's been in the news. I'd say more before August recess. That is the key date. And then I say we have a 50% chance of it passing. And I don't think it's priced in yet in Bitcoin.
SPX
But
pulse.
if it
Long
gets
dated.
closer to passing and if it actually gets over the line, then I can see that finally becoming priced into Bitcoin. Because as you see, Bitcoin has been kind of in this low at the moment.
S&P starting to turn back up. Western Digital, take two, the number 1 and 2 spots on the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500. Take two, number 3 now. Number 3 on the S&P 500. PayPal, number 4. DoorDash, number 5. DoorDash doing a pretty good job today of following through on yesterday's price action. We dipped a little bit intraday, but this looks pretty good. Day 2, after a big bullish day, push above the 50-day. The only way that could happen is if institutions were stepping up, and they did. 7 million shares trading hands yesterday. Okay, we're about a third of the way with an hour and a half to go. A third of the way into yesterday's volume. Meta looks like it wants to go some more. Meta. Meta. Okay, what's Meta doing? Meta. Looks like it wants to go. Meta.
Zero DTE. Call sign.
You've got Wall Street who's, wrapping their arms around it. Financial firms are very positive. They're embracing it. What do you make of that mismatch in sentiment right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the crypto native pool of people that I know, people that I talk to every day, a lot of them are tired. A lot of them have been in the industry for a long time, and quite a few of them haven't been able to grow
Meta.
with the
Back to VWAP. Microsoft. Microsoft coming off the low. Shorts covering. There goes CB. CBRS is going again. CBRS is going again. Cool. All right. Nice little flag breakout on CBRS. Okay. If you're watching it.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
Frankly, I'm like, I hate to keep talking about my son, but he's doing everything exactly the way you should. You get stopped out. He didn't tell me when he got stopped out, but I assume it was like about 3 days ago.
Zero DTE.
He bought back at the low.
Size.
here it is rallying up. He's coming back from work, so he'll be pretty excited to find out this is much higher. So he bought the dip. Okay. Once he saw this turn, and he's also discovered that he needs to trade this on a 1 or 5 minute charts. So shorter time frame. 60 minute, as he put in his words, 60 minutes too slow because of the volatility. Not bad. He learned fast. I find myself telling him every once in a while, don't do this, don't do that. And he winds up doing some good stuff the majority of the time. Oh, man. All right, there goes Microsoft. Looks like it wants to go some more. All right, this looks like shorts covering, so I'm not like buying actively right this minute. Let's see, where is he? He's close by.
Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, give full service wealth management, and anything in between. I think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now.
Okay, CBRS. That's what this is right now, CBRS. I like these wicks under these candles. Okay, Tesla's starting to turn. Maybe something on Tesla here. Maybe you get something on Tesla. It's kind of quiet. It's a doji spinning top. Might just stay like this the rest of the day. 5,200 day. Let me see if there's anything on Pulse. Pulse. Let's see. 0 DTE, 0 DTE, 0 DTE, 0 DTE. Geez, all these 0 day. S&P Pulse. Everything over the last few minutes is 0 day. Take 2 Pulse. Okay, take 2. That's at the highs. Okay. CBRS, looking for that to follow through. NVIDIA Pulse. Okay, NVIDIA, what is that? Calls 100% leading on NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Okay, let me look at this on the 1 minute chart. All right, DoorDash, 1 minute. DoorDash, push a bit higher. NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Okay, Meta. 1 minute chart. Looking for another higher high. Microsoft. Okay. CBRS. All right. Netflix coming off the low, shorts covering. Tesla trying to do something. Tesla.
0 DTE. Call sign.
Gilead had a pretty good day earlier this morning. Gilead, GILD. GILD. WDC. Okay. DoorDash. Okay, DoorDash looks okay. Building higher highs, higher lows. Rackspace, RXT. Pulling back a little bit.
Communication style is first and foremost. The other two items that we're looking for is his view on the Fed's balance sheet. He has come in the past and said the Fed back in 2011, in fact, he removed himself from the Fed board simply because
Microsoft, what are you doing, Microsoft? Microsoft looks like it wants to go, right?
rates for too long. And so the other thing we're going to also look at is how he responds to political pressure. Time will tell on that one, but the communication style, is this the end of forward guidance as it might be?
Yeah, and that's obviously what everyone is looking for tomorrow, Brian, aren't they? I mean, there's been a lot of speculation as to whether he drops his dot altogether.
Micron Pulse.
What are you looking
Deep
for
calls.
as far as
Shenanigans.
the dot plot is
0
concerned,
DTE.
the SEC,
Call sign.
what other members have to
Size.
say here?
Yeah, I think that there is a precedent for presidents of the Fed to not include their dot on that dot plot, but not for a member of the Board of Governors, because really they're the ones who sort of spearheaded the use of those dots, and he's been very critical of that. And so will he decide to withhold that dot to not
Watching Microsoft, see if that follows through. Microsoft.
says the opportunity to explain why he's doing that.
Microsoft.
So I don't think the dot plot is going away. We're going to be able to make fun of it. Plenty of opportunities going forward for at least a little while. But in terms of what he actually then says, let's not forget he doesn't have control over the Federal Reserve Bank presidents. So even if he doesn't give forward guidance, that's not going to preclude others from giving their views on the economy.
Sure, and Robert, obviously we've got a little bit of relief for wash today with yields backing off and oil trading at $75. We've got obviously hopes of this resolution to the Iran war, and you know,
long dated.
well timed as he is going to be obviously holding this first meeting. But what about the broader inflation picture? I mean, you know, the AI investments, which predate the Iran war. I was speaking about this earlier because he's been rather explicit in sort of suggesting that this is going to be deflationary, but it's expected to be inflationary before it becomes deflationary. So how is he likely to address that, do you think?
It's going to be great to see how the conversation in the room plays out. In fact, Chairman Warsh definitely believes that there is a huge deflationary later on to develop deflationary push because of the AI productivity that we will see in all aspects of the economy. He's also going to basically shift the conversation towards more of a trend mean PCE. It's more surgical and it's more stable look at inflation. So it allows him to see through the inflation that we're seeing again from oil prices right now in the Iran conflict. Hopefully that's
Zero DTE, coal side. Size.
This week. That being said, he has the opportunity to shape the conversation. That's what I'm curious to see what it looks like tomorrow.
Yeah, and Brian, sort of coming from an economic standpoint, I mean, there seems to be an
Microsoft pushing a bit more. Microsoft.
keep the Fed on its hands for the rest of the year. But what would you need to see, do you think, to change that trajectory as far as the course of action? Because we're likely to see a drop in that easing bias, perhaps to a more neutral tone, rather than a more sort of hawkish or tightening.
There goes Microsoft. Let's go.
But now it looks like it would be any sort of strength in the labor market and a broadening out of inflation beyond just energy. Is that what you would be looking for in the data that would make you think that the Fed might be assessing this a little bit differently?
Yeah, I think that you really highlighted the two main areas that we would be focused on, watching like a hawk for signs of some of that wage price spiral. There's no evidence that it's there, but will it begin to build? When you have really good job gains, do the wages follow that? And then will the Fed start getting a little worried that you're going to see a pickup of inflation down the road from an economy that's overheating? So absent the wage gains, I think that they're going to still stay the course. And then in terms of inflation, Chair Warsh will probably echo what President Trump said. Well, now the Iran thing is in the rearview mirror.
Okay, there goes Microsoft pushing a bit higher now. Microsoft.
Inflation well above core. Does it now flip to where headline is well below core?
Zero DTE, coal side.
Until and unless we see signs that core inflation is beginning to seep higher, I think that they're really going to just say things are going pretty well. Why ruin it by changing policy?
And Robert, just ending things with you here, how do you think the market is likely to react? Do you think this will be a big catalyst, particularly for the bond market?
Zero DTE, coal side.
Yeah, Apple turning back up. There goes Microsoft.
Zero DTE, coal side.
I think the market will react negatively, and that could also impact bond prices as well. So a lot could be on the table for tomorrow. It's going to be
Zero DTE, coal side. Size.
Absolutely, and we'll be watching. Thanks so much, guys. Got to leave it there. Brian Jacobson, Chief Economic Strategist over at Annex Wealth Management, and Robert Shine, who's the Chief Investment Officer of Lancashire Wealth Management. Coming up, we'll take a look at the sectors on the move in today's session and look at a strategy aiming to take advantage of fundamental metrics across the market in the ETF watch list. The watch list will return after this short break.
Okay, Microsoft pushing higher now. There goes Meta. Meta breaking to the upside. Meta breaking higher. Meta, Microsoft breaking higher. Google next. Looking good. Meta looks good. All right, Microsoft higher.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
AXP Exports,
Powered by
long dated.
Unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs. with nearly endless
Zero
customization
DTE,
and track
call
market
side.
trends with
Size.
up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Google. All right, Google looking really good here. Google. Okay, for those of you trading the 1 minute chart, Google. All right, there goes Google. 1 minute. Her voice is just like, I don't know what it is. It's like such a, it's just like she should be on a Disney cartoon or something. I don't mean to be mean, but jeez, she really exaggerates that Australian accent. Nothing wrong with that, just pretty wild. Meta.
Indicative of a strong economy, but it's energy and it's information technology of all things. And when you look at software within that sector, all those stocks are heavy, and it's just very difficult for the S&P 500 to get a footing going to the upside when information technology is down 1.7%.
Microsoft still going here. Microsoft.
Look at the volumes on SpaceX. I can give them to you right now. 1.345 million shares. So over 1.3 million option contracts trading today. So just a massive display here of contracts in the first day that SpaceX can trade. But here's the day that SpaceX can trade. But here's the good news. The macroeconomic factors, the U.S. dollar, the 10-year yield, crude oil, VIX, all lower on the day, Sam. I'm not sure how this market can stay under pressure when all the macroeconomic triggers are looking stronger.
Oh, absolutely. And it very much speaks to, Diane and I were talking about this at the top of the show, the broad
Zero
trade
DTE,
that we were
call
discussing
side.
coming into
Size.
2026 with before we obviously saw retreat. It does look like we have seen a degree of rotation, which came out of some of those tech names last week into other parts of the market, some unloved areas of the market as well. What do you make of that as far as, you know, obviously financials, industrials performing particularly well today as we're seeing this sort of tech-led sell-off?
Industrials, you look at the financials, they make up such a big part of the Dow 30 stocks that's why that individual index is outperforming versus the S&P. So is this rotation? Whenever I see one up, one down, and a lot of them unchanged, it tells me that they're rotating out of one sector and into other
Zero
Samsung.
DTE.
This
Call
isn't a day that should
Size.
scare investors. It's merely selling these information technology, these semiconductors, the software. I mean, software stocks under pressure again, but buying just about everything else. I see Visa and MasterCard higher, JP Morgan higher, a lot of names doing extremely well. In
Zero
industrials.
DTE.
However,
Call sign.
not the
Size.
big heavy-weighted information technology. So, yeah, I would call this day without a doubt rotation, not a sell-off.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting that industrials are showing some strength today as well, because the industrials have almost felt like a kind of de facto AI trade with all the data center build out and all the power needed as well. I mean, utilities are performing well on the day as well. They've kind of been these adjacent technology trades too. I mean, we were talking about Caterpillar, which has become like an AI stock as well because of all the energy needs and the power generation from the equipment that it provides as well. Financials, as you and I have discussed on my show as well, Kevin, benefiting no doubt from a lot of the underwriting we're seeing in the summer of S1s too. Any particular names that sort of stick out to you? I think it's interesting how bifurcated the memory names are today. I don't know what's going on there, whether, you know, they're seeing a lot of opportunity perhaps in more of the pure play hard disk drive storage names versus the DRAM and the NAND today. I'm not sure what's happening there, but anything else stick out?
I really think investors should really focus on the financials today. Why? Well, we know that Goldman and Morgan and a lot of these companies are going to benefit from all the IPOs that are taking, everyone raising capital. But Visa and MasterCard also showing that just the basic consumer financial stocks are doing better as well. The U.S. consumer is going to really like that crude oil prices are coming down, which should help against inflation.
There goes Microsoft. Nice move on Microsoft. If you took the 1 minute chart, Microsoft doing really well here. Okay, there's your 1 minute. You got oversold. Boom, there it goes.
So important in futures that you're seeing it correct quickly, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, particularly because you've got expectations of the global oil market returning to oversupply.
All right, looks good. Microsoft, nice little move there.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
All right, Google turning up. Looks good. Amazon's starting to move now. Apple turning back up. Okay, watch your 1 minute charts. S&P trying to turn back up. All right, here's Microsoft. Okay, Apple trying to do the same thing.
From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from trade. And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings. Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, You can count on Schwab.
Size.
Market insights,
Long dated.
live support,
Zero
powerful
DTE.
trading
Call
platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment.
All right, Microsoft looking good. Intel turning back down. Have to wait another day for Intel. Okay, let's see. Apple, Microsoft had a nice little run up there. Microsoft still pushing potentially. Okay, can we get to 395? Microsoft.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed.
Zero
accuracy,
DTE.
and precision.
Call sign.
I think one of the most
Size.
important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com. Welcome back to the watch list. It's time now for the big moves where we highlight outsized options trade taking place in this market. So joining us now to get us across this is Tom White. Hello to you, Tom. I'm just speaking to Kevin Hinks about these retail volumes being elevated today. 55% of today's overall volumes. Let's talk about where some of it's going. American Airlines up 46% year over year. What your eyes say on that?
All right, Microsoft going.
Well, not surprising when you see crude oil slide the way that it has over the past week or so, that you're going to see names in the cruise lines and the airlines up pretty significantly, because this goes right to jet fuel prices, and that goes right to margins at this point. Now, we did see some price target hikes over the last week today, including today. Jefferies raised their price target to 15 from 13 to keep a hold rating on the shares. Now, remember, last quarter, they reported record revenues, right? But they lagged the other two main characters in the sector, in Delta and United, because their balance sheet is so horrible compared to them. But they actually paid down more debt than the street anticipated last quarter. And if you take a look
Microsoft looks good.
section in some of these names,
Okay, there goes Meta. Meta doing a nice job today. Meta. All right, it's trying to break out. Okay, Meta, we need to get back above 600 and that 50-day. Last time we were above the 50-day, looked like we were going to keep going. We got smacked down harshly. MACD's turning up stochastic. Last time it was like this. We moved back above the 50-day, so the likelihood is that we can get that back again. Watch for the volume to pick up like it did the last time we pushed above the 50-day right here. MACD, stochastic, RSI all turned up. Volume picked up. We popped. This time we're popping back up. Volume is starting to pick up. MACD, stochastic, RSI turning. So we should at least see the 50-day, I would think, with this momentum being what it is.
and it's not just American. We've seen a lot of call buyers in Delta, which hit all-time highs.
Okay, Netflix turning up.
And then also United Airlines also, and Southwest. So a lot of call buyers in here with the expectations that, hey, if these oil prices stay low, you want to have some exposure to the upside.
Sure, it makes sense. I mean, travel and leisure gaining as oil prices have come off. These have been so beaten up on oil's way higher. So obviously a nice day for some of these travel stocks. SpaceX obviously launching options trading today. Still rising after its IPO on Friday as well. Second full day of trade here, 8.5%. What's standing out in the options market on this first day?
Yeah, since that IPO price of $150, the stock's up 40% from those levels on this 8.5% gain today. Now, if you take a look at some of the
Okay.
on a market cap,
Meta. Meta's looking good, right? Meta. Here we go.
Zero DT.
There goes Meta 600. Meta 600. Meta nice. Okay. Meta nice girl. She's good to me. How much Meta do I have?
So a lot of hype around this stock and a lot of volume.
Meta.
So options started trading today in SpaceX, and in the first hour, over 500,000 contracts traded.
Meta.
Now we've got over 1.35 million contracts traded in SpaceX. Only out of all the major tech companies.
Okay, Meta looking good.
Tesla.
All right, I got July 600s. Also got some 650s. Meta from the last time it was above the 50-day. Okay, Meta. There it goes. Google turning up. Meta. Microsoft. Go some more. Microsoft. Let's go. Can we get to 395? Okay, what's S&P doing here? S&P. Hedge flows just flat at the moment. Flat. You can see all these trades are gone off. With an hour and 5 minutes to go, all of these trades up here have gone. Okay. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Come back. Microsoft going again. Here's the 1 minute chart, RSI. That's about 6.5–7% above the current share price in there. And if you take a look at that volume, over 1.35 million contracts traded today on the first day of trading. But this trader's setting up for some downside exposure.
Impressive. And CoreWeave up 60% in 2026, having a very nice day today. What are you looking at?
Yeah, Cantor Fitzgerald came out with a positive note on them, reiterated their overweight rating, $167 price target on this. I'll get to the trade
Shenanigans.
because call volume is about 2.5 times normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last week of trading. So a lot of call buyers in here on this pop that we're seeing.
Zero DTE.
On the back
Call
of that note.
Size.
Trader bought over 3,000 July monthly 125 strike calls. They paid an average debit of about $6.80 for these calls. So that takes the break.
Google pushing a bit higher. There goes Microsoft making new highs. Microsoft.
That's about 11% above the current share price. And as I mentioned, call volume pretty robust today on this pop in the shares.
Microsoft still going. Okay.
Activity that you're seeing in the markets today, and thanks so much for watching us here on the watch list for this Tuesday afternoon. We obviously have a mixed picture across our major averages today with just over an hour of trade to go. I'm Sam Barnett. Download the Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. You've got Market on Close with Marley Caden coming up next. We'll see you same place, same time tomorrow.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated.
Schwab Bank
Deep
Investor
calls.
Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM
Zero
fee rebates for
DTE.
cash
Call
withdrawals
side.
worldwide,
Size.
no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moving is available in seconds. That means you can
Zero
send away
DTE.
Microsoft looking good. Nice little rip here on Microsoft.
market funds and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account.
With the U.S. and Iran announcing a preliminary deal. Okay, looks like the market's going to keep going. We are pulling back on the individual indices, but some individual stocks moving higher. Catching a bid, if you will, as you will.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest
Avgo
headlines,
Point.
analysis,
Long
breaking
dated.
news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action.
There goes Google. Google pushing a bit higher. Google.
Zero DTE. Call side.
Google looking good.
Important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Not insights. Actionable day
streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Microsoft. Okay, NVIDIA got rejected at VWAP. Microsoft still pushing. Just above VWAP now, Microsoft. Still a spinning top on the daily. Okay. Coming out of this. All right.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime.
Zero
wherever you are.
DTE. Call side. Size.
He's home. Future's pulling back now. Future's pulling back a bit more.
Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Hayden, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. Let's take a look at what's coming up on today's show. We'll discuss trends in oil, rates, chips, and volatility, as well as the options market reaction to these trends. Then we'll take a look at the state of the Chinese economy and the role
Google
of
turned up.
the
Looks
AI
good. Google.
And we'll close out the show with a preview of tomorrow's FOMC rate decision amid Kevin Warsh's first meeting as Fed chair. As far as what's catching my eye today, SpaceX extending its post-IPO rally in its third day on the public markets and its first day with options available, surpassing Amazon in market cap. The space exploration and AI company announced that it is acquiring AI coding.
Google got 375s. Google 375s. Looking for that to continue. Google 375, 380 call spreads for August. Looking for that to get up there. Back to the high of the day, Google. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
We're at 75.25 right now. The Nasdaq down about 1.5%, 30,095. On the Dow, we are higher, 0.75% higher, 52,050.42. And the Russell 2000 down about 0.5% right now, 2951.85. Take a look at the 10-year. We're ticking lower. We're at 443. The dollar at 99.28. Gold slightly higher, 43.60.20 a troy ounce right now. Crude oil, as I mentioned, the lows we've seen since March. We're at 76.47 a barrel. And Bitcoin at 65,840 right now. That is down 1% for the cryptocurrency. It seems pretty range bound, stuck in this range bound area between 60 and 70,000 of late. But I do want to bring in Jenny Horn to the conversation. Take a look at some of the top movers on the day here. Our host of Next Gen Investing here on Schwab Network. Jenny, of course, we have to talk about SpaceX first. We're on its third day of trading in public markets, and they've already announced an acquisition.
Yeah, so they've been busy, I will say. SpaceX did announce officially it will be buying Cursor for $60 billion, striking a pretty massive deal for their autonomous coding push, but more so that can help the company catch up to some of its rivals in terms of its blockbuster IPO. There's a lot of expectations, of course, riding on SpaceX right now, but Cursor will receive $60 billion worth of SpaceX stock under the agreement, according to the filing that was released earlier today. The deal has come, though, just yet days after this historic public offering. But Cursor specifically did kick off this vibe coding era, and it brings now in billions of dollars in annualized revenue. It was founded by 4 MIT grads back in 2023. Initially seen as more of this encrypted messaging startup, but it's expanded more to these AI coding tools. So it makes tools that allows developers to basically toggle between different AI models like OpenAI and Anthropic to xAI, competing with Anthropic's Claude Code and OpenAI's Codex. But it can also really help SpaceX win over lucrative enterprise clients who have we've seen historically shy away from
their in-house assistant, which is of course Grok. But SpaceX did say back in April it had secured the right to buy Cursor. And at the time,
Okay, Microsoft pulled back a little bit. Meta pulling back. All these are pulling back a bit.
But this deal with Cursor starts to close down in the third quarter of 2026, and it continues to really surge as far as its market value. We did see that through at least today's session. Now, if it holds at these levels, it would be overtaking Amazon by market value, becoming the fifth most valuable U.S. publicly listed company. I mean, that is in itself astounding. Also, we did see options begin trading today. This does come just 2 days again after the IPO listing, so this is unusually fast right now, reflecting extreme demand and liquidity, and naturally what we typically expect to follow is a pretty heavy volume, but also pretty substantial volatility. So something to keep on your radar here. This is an unusual debut in options trades as quickly as we've seen with SpaceX.
It was fascinating to look into, and I was looking at a couple stories about this Cursor acquisition, and somebody quantified it in a really interesting way. They said since after the first day of trading and these last 2 full days of trading here, they've added nearly $1 trillion in market cap, or the equivalent of 16 Cursors for SpaceX.
That is some great context. Just so I think they throw out trillions too often, and it is still, I mean, like only right now 13 companies in the world can have a market value of that substance. So it goes to show there has been nothing but just continuing demand based on just share price and performance of this newly listed company.
Yeah, certainly has been. But let's talk about Palantir, because this is an interesting story. Wolf reinstating its coverage with an upgrade to that reinstated coverage in its rating for Palantir, but we're seeing Palantir move lower today.
Yes, and no price target given, which I always think is very half committal, but nonetheless, we're at least seeing a peer perform rating from underperform, but again, no price target given when they resume coverage of this name. I do believe the company's AI platform, ontology, and forward-deployed engineers do prove that they can turn AI interest into more of this scaled enterprise adoption. However, their current valuation reflects much of this improved growth in the firm's opinion and also their margin outlook. Its forward PE, I will say, has come down, but it still trades at a pretty healthy 85 times, and that's not even comparable to the trailing 12-month PE, which is well over 150 times. But Wolf does think the company has the best product market fit of any enterprise software company in the market today. Palantir is the most applied enterprise AI software company and with the largest and fastest growth rates really in the industry. But wow, you've seen this name trade differently than what we've seen historically from Palantir, as we're still lower on the year and I mean well off of highs here. And we're so used to the outperformance of Palantir, it's been kind of interesting to see that even this note today, not enough to move the needle, at least to the upside.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out why we weren't seeing any upside move here. We've seen how quickly this name can move historically, and I came across some articles out of
Okay, looking for Google and Meta to push a bit higher now.
Service has ended its contract roughly 2 years early with Palantir, saying that the EU just has some general concerns about how tied Palantir is to the U.S. government, and Germany elected a different company that's not a U.S.-based company for its national intelligence service. So I'm wondering if that's perhaps what might be weighing here, because we have seen Palantir in its relationship with the DoD and its government contracts of paramount importance, and obviously part of why we started to see these moves to the upside. But they've been really growing their enterprise business here. But now wondering if we're going to start to see any sort of cascading effect after we saw France express concerns about how closely it's tied to the U.S. government, needing to make sure it has independence here.
CBRS trying to push a bit higher.
With the DGSI does remain fully in force, and that at least through December they announced the renewal of their contract software for DGSI for another 3 years. So it's interesting to see right now like regulatory compliance, what this means for here in the United States. But for so long, the growth story for Palantir has been much more tied to say more of their enterprise contracts and more of this commercial demand, less of their government reliance. But that's still the bulk of their revenue. And so I've made the case with every earnings report. I know we're excited about this really substantial commercial adoption, which is definitely driving more of their growth story. But government contracts are still a huge part of the story, which is perhaps why we're seeing a bit of a pullback today. And perhaps, yeah, that upgrade to perform without a price target
to software. I'm glad you read that quote too, because I'm wondering if that feels a little lawsuity to me. It feels like a little bit like litigation maybe coming in. France says we've ended our contract, and Palantir immediately responds and says our contracts are fully in place through 2028. They were just renewed, as you highlighted, back in December of 25. So that story I'll definitely be keeping an eye on. But I want to pivot to travel stocks because it was a very good day. We saw oil at lows we haven't seen since March. We saw some nice moves in the cruise line names, some nice moves in the airline names, and of course the sell side got in on this and did some price target hikes and adjustments here.
Yeah, I will say, to my surprise, Southwest Airlines actually, has pulled back about 14%.
Google trying to turn back up. Okay, Microsoft with a bounce. Microsoft with a bounce. Trying to get back above VWAP. Maybe it gets going this time, Microsoft. Okay, Western Digital. The stocks that are on the top of the list today. Western Digital. Take-Two. All right, turning back up, higher highs, higher lows. PayPal, having a good day today. PayPal. PayPal with a nice pop just now. DoorDash breaking out, looking for a follow through. Seagate Technologies. Seagate, what's going on with my? All right, where's my alerts? Where are my alerts? Where are they? Okay, S&P is still fading though. S&P fading for today.
I think people hoping to maybe see that fuel surcharge go away that some of the airlines added when things got up closer to $100 a barrel. But you knew I saved my favorite for last year because we have another potential media consolidation story here. Netflix ended up bowing out of the Warner Brothers Discovery bidding war, but that doesn't mean it's not still
Zero DTE call side. Size.
It has. And so we did get some reports that Netflix.
All right, S&P continues to move lower. All right, S&P moving lower. Okay, back down to yesterday's lows. The 21-day, the 9 EMA are all right there, congregated just below 7,500. Volume looked good. Let's see, New York Fang. New York Fang. Okay, about 50%, just shy of 50% into yesterday's price action. RSI turned down pretty rapidly. All right, MACD stochastics. All right, this looks okay. This looks okay. Could be better. NVIDIA pulling back. NVIDIA. Meta.
Zero DTE call side. Size.
Okay, S&P 500 not doing so hot right now. S&P pulling back. Okay, S&P at the lows. All right, coming back to the 60-minute 20 EMA. Big gap to deal with here down to 74.40. 7,500 is a major level. 7,500 coming down to that level now. 0-day, net OI, non-zero day. Okay, that's 7,500 down there. S&P currently 75.90, 75.20, 75.20. Okay, Meta trying to turn back up. Meta turning up north of VWAP.
looking for when they were trying to acquire Warner Brothers. But interesting, the consolidation story continues with Fox Roku, now potentially Netflix Lionsgate. And of course, Jenny and I will keep talking about this because it's one of our favorite topics. But appreciate Jenny Horn breaking all of that down for us here today as we look at the top movers on the day. But stay with us. We've got a lot more for you today on Market on Close. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at oil and trends there, yields, also the volatility, and how the options market has reacted to these trends. That's all next on Market on Close.
Tesla Pulse.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
And this is the watch list. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
All right, the S&P rolling over more now. S&P
Micron
accelerating a bit.
Marble NBIS.
All of the New York fan components are turning over now.
DTE.
Everything's turning back down.
Size.
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate. The two
Okay.
planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Spider Pulse. Long dated. NBIS. Deep calls. Shenanigans. SPX Pulse. Micron Pulse. Zero DTE.
Okay, everything's pulling back at the moment. Google, Microsoft, all of these pulling back now. Home Depot holding up fairly well. Home Depot, 60-minute flagging today. Home Depot, what's Robinhood doing? Robinhood pulled back. Okay, watching for Robinhood to bounce. Maybe the next couple of days this pulls back a little bit more. Robinhood, I won't do anything. I took the 95-100 off when we hit 100 yesterday. Max profit. Okay, Meta, they're picking up the pieces right now. Meta. A little pullback.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily. Watch live on Schwab Network and SchwabNetwork.com.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley
Triple
Keenan, our
semi-pulse.
Chicago headquarters. Joining us now here in studio to discuss trends in the options market, Zed Francis, the CFO and co-founder at Convexitas. Zed, always great to have you here in person. Let's talk about the conflict here. I mean, we're seeing oil prices drop to 3-month lows. We've been south of $80 a barrel pretty much throughout the entire session for both U.S. crude and for Brent. I was just checking as I said it. And for a lot of the conflict, we saw the oil prices and the 10-year yield seem to move in lockstep.
NVIDIA Pulse.
We're not
Long
seeing
dated.
that now. We're still
Deep
seeing
pulse.
elevated rates. They have ticked down ever so slightly. We're at 443-ish right now. But what's the bond market telling us right now?
Yeah, so we have the first, we'll call it, event of the Fed in a long time to
tomorrow. And when I say that as being a volatility person, an options guy, it's been a while since an FOMC meeting has been priced in as an event in markets.
Nvidia
Like
pulse,
they basically been
long dated,
just
deep,
another day.
deep puts.
There's a little bit of risk priced in terms of expected market movement on the FOMC. Well, of course, because there's a new Fed chair, and we're going to see if there's something a little different. But I think it all ties together. As you say, we have had oil pull back reasonably well over the last month and frankly last handful of days. And longer end interest rates have, faded. We've got at the peak about 470, and you say 443, but it's not as aggressive. We're not back anywhere close to where we were late February, early March. And I think ultimately the reason why is expectations of growth have improved significantly.
SpaceX,
So
long
nominal
dated.
growth is going to be higher than what we thought 3-4 months ago. At the same time, inflation with Sands Energy, probably due to growth, is also higher. So that's why you get this confluence of higher rates, higher inflation, less expectations in terms of rate cuts, but yet risk assets continue to do well, simply because it's a growth story for the moment.
Yeah, I think Kevin Hanks was calling it a textbook day for risk on when we were looking at how things were trading yesterday. But as you're looking at the FOMC, and you said that we've got a little bit of risk pricing.
Nvidia pulse, long dated, deep puts, Tesla pulse.
To the current interest rate as it stands. No cut, no hike. There's no expectation of any of that. So as far as Kevin Warshik, what you're specifically listening for or looking for, what do you think the risk is most tied to? Is it tone? Is it communication policy? Easing? Is it the dot plot or the end of the dot plot? He's already openly expressed that
Tesla, we got some Tesla pulse. Looks like Tesla's starting to get a buy right here. All right, so we got a little dip. Now Tesla's starting to go. Tesla's starting to move here. Maybe a Tesla trade. Let's see. What do I have in Tesla? Tesla. Yeah, Tesla got a position. July. June 18th.
SMH pulse, long dated, 0 DTE, call side, size.
Okay, Tesla got 410s for Thursday. Let's see if this runs here. Tesla, watching Tesla.
SPX pulse, long dated, SMH pulse, deep calls, 0 DTE, call side, size. SPX pulse, long dated.
All right, we always talk about volatility when you're here, so I want to make sure we do that. The big sense is falling off. We're down to about 16 right now, and seemingly holding pretty steady on that one. But real-life volatility has picked up. So take me through what you're seeing there.
Yeah, so we've obviously seen almost a complete removal of geopolitical risk from volatility. I'm talking about the S&P 500 over the last, frankly, weeks, but obviously rapidly over the last handful of days.
All right, looking for Tesla to follow through. All right, we got a Tesla pulse here. All right, we got SPX, SpaceX with calls, 2.3 million, 20 prints, 20 times the baseline, S&P Pulse, SpaceX Pulse. Nokia, watching that one.
Long dated deep calls. 0 DTE call sign. Size.
SpaceX, more SpaceX. More SpaceX. More SpaceX. Mm-hmm. Okay, Tesla trying to push a bit higher now.
Zero DTE call sign. All right, Tesla looking for this to continue. Microsoft back, trying to get back up to the highs of the evening session. Google trying to push back up as well as Meta. Long dated deep puts.
All right, Micron 100% on the Pulse calls, turning back up. Okay, not crazy about the setup. Tesla between the 50 and the 200 day, need to jump above the 200 day, 416 this week, hopefully. Microsoft back, trying to get back above VWAP. See if I can't follow through, Microsoft.
Intel Pulse. Long dated.
Data released overnight and the role of China in the AI arms race. We'll be right back.
Intel Pulse, long dated, SPX Pulse.
Okay, CBRS trying to turn up as well. CBRS, a little bit of a wedge down there. All right, starting to move a bit higher now. CBRS.
Zero DTE, call side, size.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
I'm Diane Kinghall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Payton. Yum! Brands hired today after announcing it would be selling its Pizza Hut brand for $2.7 billion in two separate deals. The fast food giant has agreed to sell Pizza Hut, excluding mainland China, to private equity firm Long Range, for around $1.5 billion, and its China business to Yum China Holdings for around $1.2 billion. Yum! Brands said it will use proceeds from the sale to fund its Bite by Yum software platform. Let's check in on the broader fast food space, see how things are shaping up there. We are seeing Yum trading more than 1.5% higher.
Zero DTE, call side, size.
Is up about 1% on the day, and McDonald's also going to be green today. A nice day to be in the fast.
Okay, there goes Microsoft again. Microsoft again. Breaking higher. Okay, looking very strong. Microsoft. There goes Microsoft. Nice.
Retail sales contracted for the first time since the end of their zero COVID policy. If you were in China recently, is confidence really as low as the data makes it?
Not only is it low, but it is long-term. It is systemic. It is not something that you're going to see getting resolved this year or the year after. What you have is the National Bureau of Statistics comes out with a consumer confidence report. We have tracked that report for over 15 years, and it is not a good reflection of really what's going on. So we came up with our own set of indicators.
Nokia, watching that one. Mondo posting some news. Okay, August. Nokia got August calls.
In a similar fashion, like savings rate. So, for example, savings rates has doubled since 2021 compared to where it was a decade before, right? So those indicators are, in our view, a lot more indicative of what's going on. And back to your point, all of them are trending negative. So that's the answer, which is yes, this is real, this is systemic, this is long-term.
So if the government data out of China isn't showing, as you say, reflecting what's actually going on, as you look at your own consumer confidence index, what does it include? What metrics are standing out to you most, other than those ones that you just highlighted there? And what is the differential that it's showing between the data that we're getting reported by the government and what you're actually seeing on the ground and looking through the metrics you're focusing on?
Okay, well, one big indicator I have to say is home prices. Okay, the big difference between China and the US is in the US, an average of around 1 to 2% of households own more than one home. In China, it's 20%. That second home is your 401k nest egg, right? So,
0 DTE, call sign, size.
GLXG. You're looking at the money that you're saving for
All right, Microsoft trying to go some more. Microsoft.
That number is relentless. There is no way to turn it around. And that is a very big indicator of what are things to come. Number two is you have to look at, and we're learning more and more about the Chinese consumer and how they think, which is somewhat different than the US consumer. They think very fast.
25 minutes to go. 25 minutes to go.
She's already trying to plan out to see whether marriage is really worth it, whether having children is really worth it. They're thinking for the very long term. So you're not going to see a lot of fluctuation. That's why we believe that this point of view is going to be there for the long term. And that's why you're seeing birth rates the way they are right now.
And so if Chinese consumers are watching their wealth deteriorate in the property sector and you're seeing those issues there, how are they looking at investing in the markets?
They are looking at it from the standpoint of, yes, there are opportunities, but then what's happening right now is if you look at the market, it's not necessarily the mainstream method of investment as you do here in the U.S.
Micron Pulse, deep calls.
This is where you are going to take some of the money that you have extra and you're going to gamble with it a little bit in the market. Right? So if you look at the overall market in China, it's trading at around 10% PE, which I think is reasonable. But then you start looking at the AI stocks, they're trading at 16 to 17 times PE. Right? So there's a lot of
All right, Microsoft pushing higher. There goes Netflix turning back up. Microsoft pushing. Amazon, Google, Meta, Apple pulling back. Tesla looked like it was going to follow through. Nothing yet.
Long dated. NVIDIA Pulse.
Well, recently there have been some intervention by the regulators, which I think is positive, right? And they're really trying to stem the tide in terms of those areas where they believe are truly going to cause a lot of problems. And I think the market reacted positively to that. So yes, you can make an argument that there is definitely a bubble from that.
SPX Pulse. Long dated.
It's going to burst anytime soon. It more or less follows the NASDAQ, right? They look at what happens in the U.S. and it tends to follow in that direction. So if you see a correction in the NASDAQ, you're more than likely to see a correction in the Chinese AI stocks.
And let's talk about policymakers here too, and come back to property, because I'm noticing there are some signs of stabilization in some of the big cities that are tied to AI investment. How challenging of a setup does that make for policymakers, where we're seeing this sort of uneven stabilization?
Yeah, one thing that the Chinese government is very proud of, and I would tend to agree very much, is they have been able to lift the entire population from poverty. Right? But I think that's about to change. You're getting a bifurcation in the economy, where you've got the old economy or the real economy. I'd rather call it the real economy. And then there's the digital or the new economy, right? Those are booming. And the cities that are supporting that, like Shenzhen and Guangzhou and Beijing and Shanghai, they are booming. But take a traditional city like Nanjing, for example, the old capital of the Chinese-German Dynasty, right? That is doing very, very poorly. So people tend to look at Beijing and say, okay, if that market is stabilizing, right, then everything else is going to stabilize. But that's very far from true. Tier 3 cities, for example, are very, very bad.
And so how much does Beijing's focus on national priorities and sovereignty limit its ability to pursue more aggressive economic growth policies?
I don't think it's just so there are two sides to this, right? And there are two areas that President Xi talked about. One is the reduction in exports of the new economy, right? And I think the government's going to do a good job from that perspective. But what they're missing is they need to find buyers. Because those buyers are not there in China.
All right, S&P rolling over again. New low.
So, in my view, this ultranational state government is going to prioritize national issues, right, compared to that. So we're going to see what we're going to see. The other part is the Chinese government is going to learn very, very soon, right, that they're not going to be able to change the behavior of 1.3 billion people, right?
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
So, for example, if you take a look at retail spending, for example, during Chinese New Year, they were able to hold themselves in there, and you saw pretty healthy number in terms of that number. And now you're seeing it coming down right rapidly, very fast.
Yeah, we sadly have to leave it there, but I so appreciate you being in the studio with us today to take a closer look at the Chinese economy. I know that our Sam Bottas will be sad that she was off today because she never misses an opportunity to discuss China, and I know she's a friend of yours as well. We really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. That's Sam Radmon, the president and CEO.
All right, got about 19 minutes to go. 19 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, June 16th. Kind of a lackluster day. The indices fading a good part of it.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning trade line breaks down the macro moves driving the price action from this
SpaceX. Long dated. Deep calls.
and geopolitical risks. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning trade live where the markets meet the macro weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab.
Mr. Turcini, please. I don't know what's going on.
I'm kind of great, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network and SchwabNetwork.com.
SP exports. Long dated.
Is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. Crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time.
Back to market on close. Nvidia is lower today after reportedly raised $25 billion from high-grade bonds. That's higher than its $20 billion target. The sale marks its first debt issuance since 2021 and it saw $85 billion in orders. Shares of Nvidia are up more than 10% in 2026, nearly 45% higher year over year. But today we are trading a little bit lower for this name. That, of course, means it's time for Options Corner. Joining us, Rick Dukas, to take a closer look at the options activity on Nvidia. And Rick, as I just said, Nvidia trading a little bit lower today. We're down almost 2% for this name. But as we look at it against the broader index here, how is it stacking up? Because it hasn't exactly been Nvidia's year, although I highlighted it is positive.
Well, in all fairness, the previous years were kind of more than made up for.
Yes.
But you're right. It has been kind of sideways. Nvidia up about 44% during the past year. Right here, underperforming not only the tech sector here at Teal, but also the SMH semiconductor sector ETF. But not the most fair comparison here because of the explosive outperformance of all the memory names. But even when
Zero DTE. Call
at
sign.
the CPU and
Size.
GPU chip maker names, the fabless chip maker names here, Nvidia is still kind of at the bottom of the pack. So I have to also kind of wonder how much longer Nvidia's competitive moat can last. I know that they're by far the established leader in terms of these types of high-end chips, but they've kind of got everyone over a barrel. They can only make so many chips. If I were, thinking strategically as one of these other companies, I wouldn't want to be in that position for, any longer than I had to be. So certainly a very interesting situation, but still kind of the king for now.
Yeah, and you bring up a really good point there. Yes, some of their action of late has been a little bit sideways. It doesn't feel like the NVIDIA that we're used to talking about. But when I look at their 5-year growth, I mean, it's up over 1,000%. This is not a name that was struggling by any means. But as we look at the near-term technical setup here and what you're seeing in terms of the action that we've been dealing with of late, what are you seeing, Rick?
So still up about 44% during the past year, but as you kind of alluded to, very sideways for much of this year here. We did have our breakout recently that took us above these old highs near 212. We culminated with our 52-week all-time highs, 52-week highs, and our all-time highs, I should say, 236.54. From there, trending lower, though, you could have drawn this downward sloping trend line. You could duplicate it to make this channel-type shape here. For now, though, we have not really tested these old lows. If you were to draw a horizontal line here, 196, matching up with several of these high points and then subsequent lows, we didn't quite make it there yet. So that stands out as a downside litmus test here for this particular stock, but still more of a downward trajectory overall in this name. So when we also consider our moving averages that we follow here, kind of a sideways drift. So here we are between our short-term 5-day EMA in dark blue coming in near about 208, as well as our monthly teal 21-day EMA near about 211. So those represent kind of the low and the high of today, respectively. Here, our 63-day EMA, our quarterly EMA in gold, coming into the downside around 204.62 for right now. Long-term 251-day EMA in our orange color here, near about 182. So that also remains a notable downside area to be on the lookout for if our downtrend continues. RSI did manage to break above its own downward sloping trend line here. However, it kind of got a bit of a failure when it attempted to cross over that 50 midline here. So just a tad below that level right now, so a bit more of a bearish tilt. So look for the bulls to regroup and for RSI and price to make new relative highs in tandem for signs of that the uptrend could be strengthening if it does start to develop. So additionally now, we can look at our past 3 months of trading activity for our volume profile study. Because we did have this very sharp rally very recently here, it can make more sense to look at this more granular picture. So when we see our recent lows that we established here about a week ago, it lines up very closely with our point of control for this shorter term picture, coming in right around 200. That's our heaviest trading area of all. Now we find ourselves between about 215 or so. That's another of these heavy trading volume areas here. If we were to keep moving higher, things really start to drop off above 225. So that would be another notable high watermark to keep track of.
And I know NVIDIA is usually one of the heaviest traded names on any given day in terms of the options action. Were we seeing that today?
So today was a little bit of a lighter day for NVIDIA. The sizzle came in at 0.85, so about 85% of the 5-day moving average of options volume. Still, though, that equates to more than 1.6 million contracts changing hands, so still a very, very heavily traded name. 62% or so of these options traded were calls, so much more of a bias toward that side here. Our highest open interest month is our monthly expiration for June 18th, coming up in just a few days here, about 23% of all open interest. So we can see as well this very small orange box here, plus or minus about 2.5% during that time frame. One notable opening trade that I did see here, September 18th, minus 4,250 strike calls at a 577 debit here, so about a $2.3 million credit receipt for this trade.
I really appreciate you breaking down the action we're seeing on NVIDIA today. Trading lower about a little bit more than 1.5% at 208.45 right now for NVIDIA. Thanks again to Rick Ducat, our lead market technician here on the network. And coming up, we're going to take a look at overlooked stocks. Today, George Tillett has his eyes on Amcor Technology heading into the close. They hit a 52-week high today. He'll break down the news and what you need to know next on Market on Close.
Intel Pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call size. Size.
You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is opening
All right, just watching Google. Last few minutes of the trading day, Tesla, not getting much more out of the markets here. So look for the markets to bounce tomorrow. We got Wednesday, VIX expiration, got OPEX on Friday. We got Warsh speaking tomorrow. I got a feeling he's going to say something that's going to get the markets more bullish. He's already said quite a bit. Just look into what he's said in the past about interest rates, about what we're paying on our treasuries, about inflation, etc. His observation, his points of view are already very well known.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Enter. This place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. So yeah, Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between. I think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab. Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
SP exports, Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls, marble
After he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
FLCH shows in less than a minute.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden, live in our Chicago headquarters. It's time now for Overlooked Stocks, chip packaging, and testing company Amcor Technology rallying today after announcing a partnership with TSMC. To discuss it, I'm joined by George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent, here to take a closer look. I'm looking at Amcor. They hit a new high today on this update. So take us through the latest here, George.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. I mean, there's a whole group of companies, Marlon, we've been talking about that are either
long dated,
semiconductor
Avgo
materials or equipment or effectively semiconductors themselves. But there's a small tier of companies that essentially are leading suppliers of what are called outsourced semiconductor assembly and test solutions. So AHR Test Systems is another company that I think we've talked about that's much like Amcor. Tower Semiconductor as well. So effectively, these companies are sort of the end of the supply chain when it comes to semiconductor manufacturing. So they provide advanced packaging solutions, and they also test the final assembly products to ensure continuity and, of course, quality control. And this is a company that also is essentially headquartered
Triple
in Arizona,
semi-pulse,
which is becoming a very
long-dated,
large
deep puts,
manufacturing corridor for the
SMH
United
pulse,
States.
0
And
DTE,
they're also
call
expanding
sign.
aggressively in other overseas markets, Asia, South Korea, Malaysia, Taiwan, and Japan as well. But they did announce a 10-year partnership agreement deal with Taiwan Semiconductor, which again is also a big manufacturer that is developing their plant in Arizona as well. But essentially, this deal enhances, the advanced packaging solutions, technology solutions business for Amcor, as well as enhances the supply chain ecosystem for the domestic production of semiconductors. And I think this is, of course, a strategically important deal, not for just Amcor and maybe Taiwan Semiconductor, but also for the United States, which we know based on the CHIPS Act, which even goes back to the Biden
All right.
administration.
We got about a little bit more than 5 minutes to go.
Manufacturing, Amcor is one of these companies that's well situated, both from a fiscal standpoint, from a grants standpoint, but also to streamline partnerships with domestic suppliers and manufacturers like Taiwan Semiconductor, as well as bigger businesses like Intel.
And I'm glad you highlighted that too, because there was one comment from the CEO of Amcor that really stuck out to me in the release. That this agreement marks an important next step in our partnership with TSMC as we accelerate advanced semiconductor manufacturing in the U.S. to provide our customers with a full U.S. supply chain from advanced silicon manufacturing to tested packaged devices. Now, we've seen this push for this U.S. supply chain and this domestic reshoring and the importance of keeping semis at home. Do you think we're going to see more of these deals with American-based companies trying to see more of this made and tested now here?
Yeah, I do think so. I think that's going to be the case. I mean, Taiwan Semiconductor is building, if not completed, I'm not sure exactly what stage they're in, a massive plant in Arizona. So they need to tie into supply chains in the United States. The whole program is designed to essentially produce or manufacture near.
All right, so we got a nice little pop in Google here towards the close. Google, nice pop. Yeah.
Partnerships with the U.S. suppliers, at the very least, at the end scale of the manufacturing process, like packaging and testing, speaks to the benefits that companies like Amcor are receiving. So I think it's going to continue going forward. But I did notice today that, alongside the markets as well, we're past a lot of the bad news associated with things like the conflicts in the Middle East.
0 DTE.
The markets are going to be looking for the next catalyst out there. So many stocks like this one traded a lot higher earlier in the day. I think the stock is trading at around $97. It has pulled back, but nonetheless, it's still holding its 50-day moving average in a positive upward trend, as well as if you look at the market cap around $21 billion, cash on the balance sheet around $2 billion, and effectively sales relative to market cap at around $7 billion. Valuation looks quite fair in this name, as well as the fact that earnings growth is estimated to be around 21%.
All right, Meta popping, Meta, Google, pop,
Intel Pulse. Long dated.
Meta.
AMD Pulse. NBIS.
Okay, here goes Meta. Meta popping.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, I managed. I met Matt 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow.
NVIDIA Pulse. Avgo Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE. Call side.
Is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with
Yeah, that's a funny visual, Frano. Okay. All right, NVIDIA just dropped off. Markets are acting really erratic, like people aren't even sitting here. Price action bouncing around like it is. Anyway, I got a hard stop. I got to take my son to the store. Have a great evening, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the closing bell, Tuesday, June the 16th. Have a good evening. Take care. We'll see you first thing in the morning. Tomorrow is a VIX expiration, first thing in the morning. So there will be some volatility. Just be aware of it. Take care. We will see you tomorrow. Ciao.